Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. We got one more of these guys that's all prepped and ready to go. It's actually part of a basing video slash printing workshop video that I did for the Patreon page. We're gonna do another Smurf. Yes, we've actually got a couple more over here. There you go. So we've got three. I mean, why not do a fourth one, right? We'll do the same freehand here on the shoulders and other such things. Doing the warmer grays over here, and then doing the blues, and then now this is more of just like a concrete type of a thing here, not so much of the texture roller sort of metal, so we won't have the rust there, except we had this bit from Make It Epic Basing here, where we can do some rust. Butternut, how you doing? Nice to see you back. So yeah, one more of these guys. It's what I had prepped, and I just kind of needed to grab something that was prepped. It should be very fun. We'll do the pre-glaze in the usual way. Let's grab ourselves a brush like so. Butternut just started 1 minute and 19 seconds ago, so you're the first one here. Congratulations. Armored Wolf is, well, obviously he's working at Adepticon right now. Actually, I don't know. There may not be all that many folks here, since a lot of the folks that are usually here are at Adepticon. Hey there, Crazy Wolf. Nice to see you. I hope that this week has gone well. If it's hard to believe that it's almost Friday. I mean, we're 24 minutes and it's Friday here. Hey Abadu, how you doing? Yeah, Butternut. Well, this is a little bit later today. Actually, I was hoping to start this at 10:30. Now tomorrow night, if I'm going to be able to stream, it's going to have to be an early start. I mean, it's going to have to start at 7:30 or some kind of insanely early time. Like, well, that's the time it used to start. Hey, Tea Kettle, how you doing? Boy, Tea Kettle, later on, Tea Kettle, when there's more folks here, if you want to share stuff in the chat. Oops, wrong way. Wrong way. Let's go this way with it. So great to see you again there, Tea Kettle. Yeah, what's interesting is how many folks said they couldn't make, like Sarge. There was so many folks that were planning on being there, and then ultimately they couldn't get there. Hey there, Deuce, how you doing? Butternub. Well, actually, I used to start back in the YouTube live days. Everything used to start actually at 2:30 in the morning Central Time. That's when it started. All kidding aside, part of it had to do with much lower internet usage just in the general area, which kind of made things easier. Well, Deuce, I'm glad that you're still holding together there. Now, indigo, our Prussian blue here. Well, let's not get too much thinner into this. And maybe a smidge here of our ultra marine. Just gonna start chunking some of this down into here. Super simple on the pre-glaze here, right? We'll hit the bolter and such with more of, again, that neutral grayish color. Here it's just all going to be the indigo, the Prussian blue, all staining colors for sure. Then we'll hit it with our makeup sponges like usual. Well, Butternub, you have to figure that in Australia it's the afternoon, and in Europe it's morning. As in 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Hey there, Sarge. Nice to see you again. Yes, as Tea Kettle put it, the Adepta homies. So that's Tea Kettle. That's a really appropriate thing. That I like that one very much. I may have to steal that one there, Tea Kettle. Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Oh, so Sarge, I did use those Make It Epic. Here we go. So the Make It Epic blade crystals. These are printed at the usual size, 100%. I didn't mirror them, and I didn't kind of go up or down in the size. It's something that I'm going to try and do. It's just I never get the time to do that. And of course, we also, that's going to be painted like we're going to do that Howling Griffin series. So this was that chapter studies video for the Patreon page. We are doing Howling Griffins. So it's now all set and ready to go. Actually, that video is, I think that's already up on the Patreon page. I was thinking, no, that's the Dark Sword video that's going up there. That's right. So that one's already up. It's the Dark Sword video that I edited and rendered. That will be put up on the Patreon. I don't know, on the 25th, I believe, is when that's going to go up. Either that or tomorrow. Well, as in 20 minutes tomorrow. But once the stream is over and such. So Sarge, yeah, it's so weird how many folks just, that was their intention and their plan to do Adepticon. I remember you had the whole drive thing planned out, some strategery there and such. Just a lot of weird stuff. I know you had all kinds of crazy things happen in between, which is why I think, again, I'm not even going to try doing classes anymore there, because again, we don't know. We are not going to know if this situation is going to, well, first of all, stabilize here, and then is it going to stay that way. So obviously, I think we're not going to fool around with those, because I believe we're going to have our hands full here for quite some time to come. You can see how we're not using too much liquid here. Not using too much liquid. The whole idea is that I'm even going to steal some from over there and bring it over here. These are staining colors. These are staining colors. This is actually a very absorbent material. This is the printing resin. The Soraya Simple. Oh, this time I'm going to actually remember to do the hand. I think the last 2 times sort of forgot to do that. Oh, do we have it pretty much everywhere? Oh, what the heck. I'll just put it on that thing too. I don't care. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Now, here we go. So you can kind of see. Okay, this is the start here. We're going to be wiping this off with our makeup sponges, if I can actually find the container that has those. Let me see if that's around here somewhere. Either that or we're just going to have to cut up some more, hopefully. Ah, there it is. Oh, there's some hot glue sticks in there. Wow, there's a whole bunch of hot glue sticks in there. Holy smokes. I'm going to get rid of some of those. And just get down to, well, that's not that many sponges either. Hey, Nixel, how you doing? So it's a combination of the Prussian blue and the indigo. There was a tiny bit of the ultramarine blue. That's the Williamsburg ultramarine, which of course has a little bit more of a staining capability than, say, well, basically any other ultramarine blue. So Nixel, I hope that you're doing okay. Well, let's do some here. Just again, hitting the bolter, no big deal. So this is what we just referred to it as the pre-glaze. I know it's not super glazy. There's not a whole lot of liquid in this. But the idea is all we want to do is establish not just our lights and our darks. But again, this is we don't do that zenithal stuff, right? This is an active zenithal. The idea is we're going to wipe this away. Then we take our filbert brushes. And then we can go into this and then add those lighter colors. Sponges, more sponges. Wow, I'm just gonna pour the few that are left. Hopefully I don't have to cut out some more. Let's hit the base first here. Now you can see just how absorbent this is. This stuff is normally not all that staining of a color. That's a Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the Mars black. However, that's a bulletin board cork and printing resin, which makes them more absorbent. Now you can see how much of a staining color that is, because we're hitting that fairly hard, and yet a decent amount of it remains behind. If that were just, I don't know, say Winsor Newton ultramarine blue or something like that, we mostly just wipe the whole thing off. There'll be nothing left behind. So you can really see the difference between this side and this side. And if we hit it with a fresh sponge, look, even more is going to come off. Yeah, Sarge, I know you were telling me what the tag on that was going to be, and I mean, even without any of that stuff, And not exactly a cheap little jaunt, is it? Mm-mm. So when you say that, so I can completely understand that. So Nick, so I hope that everything is going really well. I knew you were doing some new kind of a exercise regime sort of thing there. Hopefully that's going really well. Now, look, you can see there's some folks I think if they were having to paint 40 or 50 of these guys, they'd almost be okay with just this right here. And then maybe they could just dry brush a few highlights on there. And remember, your dry brush is not really a dry brush because all of it's gonna mix with all of these fantastic colors that are already here. More of our, just removing a little bit more of this here. Maybe across his foot, back there a little bit. This is the other reason why we don't have to wait weeks or even days for these things to dry. This should be basically dry by tomorrow night. Doing the adventure race, that sounds really fun there, Nixel. I'm sure you're getting kind of, as that gets closer, you're getting more and more excited about it. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. So there you go, there's your pre-glaze. Let's grab a guy you can already see from what we first had, how much closer it is already. Now let me get my last few spun gaze over there out of the way. Well, Nick, so unfortunately, there's my last day off was in 1989, and it's going to definitely stay that way because now, unfortunately, I would love to. It'd be fantastic, but I went from being many months behind to now being years behind. So it's one of them things where the next day off will be never. That's I'm going to anticipate when my next day off is going to be. Never. That's especially since the last one was, oh wow, what are we talking about? Almost 40 years ago. So we're talking like 36 years ago, something like that. Nixel, unfortunately, I don't have 24 minutes. I mean, that's not a hyperbole thing. Just when you're self-employed, there is no time that is not a work time. Yes, indeed. Sadly, can't take any time to go because obviously there would be having to get there, having to get back, and sadly that's under the category of well, can't do it. Unfortunately, it would be really fun. It would be very fun. Appreciate the offer. So Nixel, have you added anything else to the training regimen there? Because or does it change as you get closer to the race? I mean, does it kind of focus on one thing in the early stages of the training, and then as you get closer to the race, you start working on other things? Look at that. So again, you see what all we're doing is just taking this, and I can see that darker color getting onto the brush there. That's all it takes. Look at this. But you can see the darker blue transfers there. And let's get down here. We're just sort of generalizing here then. I'll actually be coming back with some of the darks in the form of the ultramarine, because we don't have to worry about staining or not staining at that point. Alright, because we're not going to be wiping it away. So starting the runs, and then the paddling process. And next, so that's it is kind of neat that it's multiple disciplines like that, right? And I'm sure some folks, they have just things that naturally comes easier to them than others. Here we are. This arm hasn't been hit yet. Get over here now. Again, light touch on the brush. There's just 2 fingers on the brush, and notice none of this. Well, first of all, it's hard to touch the miniature. Second of all, we need a very light touch on the brush. That's really crucial for the oil paints. Boy, actually, well, I mean, what's funny, Nick, so I think you heard that I've only ever ridden a bike, I think 3 times in my life. I've technically ridden horses more in one day than I've ridden bikes in my entire life. I've certainly spent more time on a horse in one day than I've spent on bicycles my entire life. I do remember, though, riding on a 10-speed once, and my brother was saying, though, the way I took curves and other things like that, he said there was sort of like an innate bike racing mentality. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew, how you doing? Nick, so that is many, many years spent at Scout Camp. That is many years at Scout Camp. Actually, oh, that's right, we were talking with Arathu. He was in a chat. And I said one of the events that I would love to do is the biathlon, because it combines cross-country skiing and shooting, target shooting there. So that was something that really appealed to me. That would have been a blast. Okay, do I need to... Yes, we need a little bit more there. So you can see how that's worked its way in. Where's my... I have a few of the examples. You can see it's starting to get closer now. We're going to start to pretty soon think about adding in that darker ultramarine blue. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that you're doing really well. Then again, for all the folks that are at Adepticon, I hope that you're having fun. Now, there still might be people, showing up there tomorrow. I can remember in the old days when we first started Adepticon in 2007, that was our first year there, people weren't showing up until Friday afternoon. The convention pretty much starts in February at this point. And it's insane just how far in advance things begin with Adepticon now compared to the way it was, 2 hotels ago or 3 hotels ago. This is at least the 4th hotel. Let's see. Yeah, Nixel, that kind of that combination of the the physical exertion of the skiing, and then having to, and the one thing that you really need to do for the target shooting, you have to control your breath and your heartbeat. Those are like 2 of the most key things. So controlling those 2 things, really, that's an interesting discipline combination there. Now you can see here we're starting to map out where some of the lightest lights are. So Nixel, are you guys still doing the the Valheim thing? That's right. I was going to ask Nixel something, and then I remembered the Valheim thing. Do I want to... I try to get a little more of that light stuff down in there. Nixel again, not only being in Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts, but when your Cub Masters and Scout Masters are police officers, that sort of a safety protocol, that's going to go into place. I remember I was, 9? It's either 9 or 10 when that was first taught to me. Which is, and Sarge would, I'm sure, agree that is a crucial thing, and it should be, if it was more of that was kind of done these days, a lot less people would consider certain things toys, and more have a little more respect for them. Now here again, see, we're doing each of these little armor plates. All it is just a simple dry brush. Look, you can still see how much of that pre-glaze is getting on the brush there. Hey, Doji. So Nixel, yeah, I only briefly saw somebody else. I think Kathy was in a chat with one of the European folks, and they were in the Mistlands, and there was 2 of them there, and they were still dying at a very rapid pace. So Doji, I hope you're doing well. So Doji, Well, we had some fun doing this, right, with all the crystals, and then we'll be doing these guys as Howling Griffins. I just did a video last night assembling those Dark Sword dragons we were talking about. So it's either some point, either tomorrow or on the 25th or whatever, I'll be posting that one as well. So happy Friday to you there, Doji. Yeah, and it's really it was actually hard to see them because and they even had the little glowy thing on their head too. It was still hard to see them. Well, of course, probably a little bit easier for Kathy to see it because she was watching them on the. I was watching kind of over her shoulder. We can still go even lighter than, but you can see how we're. What is this? 20 minutes in. 20 minutes in, and we've mapped out that much. Now we're gonna go a little further with this. And look, we're using big old filbert brush. However, look at this. More like a, looks almost more like one of those little fine brushes, doesn't it? Yes, indeed. So Sarge, I know you have. I know you're just saying that ReaperCon was going to be a little bit on the toned down side. I'm just trying to think of what the percentage is of travel to one versus the other. I would just hoping that ReaperCon being way, way, way closer to you just really at least helps on that side of things. I know it's not so helpful in that, well, there still has to be a hotel room and such. That's never helpful. Well, not when you're looking to maybe save a penny or two here and there. Ah, that's good, Doji. Yeah, I tried something new, a couple of new things with the Dark Sword assembly thing. That's all it was just assembling the dragons. I tried a couple little few different things. Stuff was learned. Stuff was learned. We'll do something like this. There we are. I can remember the old days when I was doing the sci-fi convention circuit in a very standard hotel room. I mean, as in not very big at all. There were 7 people staying in that one hotel room. I was sleeping on the floor between the beds, which was not entirely ideal because it did mean getting stepped on quite a bit. So ReaperCon is out for us because the travel logistics are just, it's too impossible. If it was just us going there, that would be different, but we can't go there with all of our items and all of our equipment and such. That's just, that is too far to go. Hey there, bench guy. I hope that you're doing well. So, bench guy, I was telling Kathy, thanks for getting all those raffle tickets. I believe the drawing for that is tomorrow. So that's the battle for Kathy. That is, I believe that's supposed to be tomorrow at some point. That's all I know about it, unfortunately. Now let's get ourselves some reflected light here too. So again, all we're using is this big old brush. This has been our tool so far: a makeup sponge and this. Oh, and a beat up craft brush. This has been our materials so far. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Great to see you back. So yeah, Grand Oracle, the new army painting series is begun. It has started. Like Theoden says, and so it begins. All right, let's hit some stuff here on the bolter. That's about brilliant, yellow pale, a little bit of our Mars black again, a warmer gray this time. Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that, PM Dage. Thank you so much. Along comes again up, and he says, "You guys are back again." He's like, nope, not going to fight the demon prince. How many times have I told you that's what exactly is a demon prince anyway? It's like, I don't know, a big dude with wings, a fiery lash, and a sword. I guess we could call him that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, PM. I thought so, Serge. I thought so. Alright, here we go. So, it's not just lighter, it's also warmer here. Let's get to our warm grays here. Let's get to our warm grays here. And again, you can see that darker color that's mixing with what's on the brush. Oh, Tea Kettle, now that there's more folks in the chat and stuff, if you wanted to share some of your Instagram links and such, I'm sure that would be fabulous. Here, let's hit this stuff too. Oh, again, this is another Make It Epic basing bit right there. So PMD, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I know it's kind of crazy that we're painting the Space Marine stuff here. It's not the usual thing, but when I realized that the last time we had actually painted Space Marines on stream was this group back in March of last year. It's basically a year ago. And I went, well, you know, I think we can paint some more. And that's, we painted this one first, then this one, and then here was our last one right here. So let me see if we can get these all together in my hand. There we are. There's our 3 right there. Oh, do we want to, yeah, let's go a little bit lighter here. Yeah, I think, I know that Big Jim went, well, he's been going the last couple of years, right, to ReaperCon? Yeah, that's right, because someone asked him if he was me. So yes, he definitely was there. He was the false Wappel there. Well, Grand Oracle, let's see. Can I actually reach him here? No, I can't reach him. But I did, I assembled, I think, 5 was it 4 or 5 of the I think it was 4 of the dragons in the video last night. So yeah, I'll be posting that one as soon as I can. Either the 24th or 25th, I'll be posting that. So yes, there are some dragons ready to go. And actually, Grand Oracle, you know, if there's enough left over, if you also would like, if you say, you know what, I mean, yeah, Dark Sword, that's cool to get those, but I could chuck an army painting figure or 2 in there for you, because I think there should be, at least for some of the months. Some months there's not quite as much, like if I'm doing, the Chaos Dwarf thing with the multi-basing, I don't have very many that aren't on the multi-base. But some of the other ones, if you might want to, I could also send some of those your way. Boy, see, Sarge, and I know people will say, well, yeah, you can just drive back and forth, and you can say, well, that's great. Try doing that on just a few hours of sleep. Now we've got all of those lights in we need to start blocking in our yellows there. But you can see 28, less than a half an hour in, right? Look at that. We've really been able to establish our shading there. Yeah, see that, and that's it, Sarge, right? That's a big deal, right? There is not being able to do. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of the fun, is, wouldn't you say? Is doing those things kind of after hours. I think that's what we always used to call them. Now we got our Indian, yellow, brown, matter. I might just chuck in a little bit of the radiant yellow just to get some opacity here. There is going to be some greenish tint to this, because guess what? The color that's underneath there is going to blend with it, which is fine because we want it to reflect some of these blues here, right? We want it to reflect some of those blues. Now all we're going to do here is just turn this stuff yellow and then move on to another area. That's all we're looking to do here. And that was kind of the thing that was affecting Armored Wolf at Adepticon, is that because they ended up in a different hotel, I mean, it's one thing to go from one hotel to the other at 8 or 9 at night or something like that, but when it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and you've been working all day at that convention, that is difficult. Now, again, see, we don't mind that the green works its way in there. It basically gives us that sort of reflection of the blue onto our gold, but without having to do anything. Seriously, just the act of painting this on there is already putting our reflection in place. We shall continue here again. All we want to do is just place this. That's all we're looking to do. More here. Wow, there's a ton of blue on the brush there. Holy smokes. Again, not a big deal. Didn't matter to me. And we're also going to hit this too. That's also going to find itself some green. Why? Because it's going to be reflecting all this blue that's surrounding it. Hey there, Rottweiler. How you doing? Hey, Judge Dredd. Nice to see you again. Well, that's Happy Friday. Well, it's Happy Friday here anyway. So, Rottweiler, how are you doing? Everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. And of course, Rottweiler, if you want to post, picture, Instagram stuff, and also your Etsy page in the chat, go ahead and do so. So, Rottweiler, looked like you were painting tonight. No, I'm not incorrect in thinking that you were painting something tonight. Hey, Badger, great to see you again. I hope that you are doing well. So yeah, Rottweiler, where's our first one here? I think, no, this is the first one. So this is actually the last one that I have left. This was the first one. I think the heavy bolt, yeah, this was our second one. And then this was our last one right here. So we've already done these three. About to add a fourth one because, well, this is what I had prepped, and I thought, well, let's go ahead and do it. Now, of course, we also have been keeping up with our Armada stuff. This was the latest was it Monday? Yeah, this was our Armada Mondays. Narwhal, I think that's what people said this was. So this was our last Armada stream right there. Hey, Wolf Concepts, nice to see you back too. Well, for Wolf Concepts, we have no shortages of wolves on stream. Where's my other one here? Let's get a full. There we go. So for Wolf Concepts, there we go. Plenty of wolves on stream. Nice little value study there. And then we painted this one up on stream to just show that the same oils that we're using, yes, we're painting with oils right now, can be used. Well, it's a little bit flatter than our typical miniature. But seriously, same paints that we used on that. So Judge Dredd, actually, Judge, well, I don't know if you wanted to share that in the chat there too, your entry there. So everybody, please check out the Insta link from Rottweiler, and then also check out the Etsy there for the Rune Forge painting. Again, check those out, and of course, please give Rottweiler a follow. Now, I see we're adding this darker. It's not just darker. This also has our ultramarine in it too. So Rottweiler, it's been difficult the last, especially the last 6-7 weeks. Yeah, it has been difficult. That's why there's been fewer streams. Definitely some unwanted shenanigans going on. Now here I'm just gonna place this on the shoulder there. We're gonna do the same. We're just gonna place this over here. I'm gonna take something else to use as a blending brush. I don't know, maybe this thing right here. So everybody please check. Oh, it's a Google link there from Judge Dredd. So Judge Dredd, again, I hope that you're doing well. Look at this. Wasn't that a little bit easier? All right, over here. Can see that nasty old hard edge there, right? A little bit of tap, tap, tap here. And all of a sudden, what was a hard edge kind of looks like something that you just airbrushed, didn't it? Just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that's a little bit easier. That is a wee bit easier. Let's get back to, again, this is just our ultramarine blue, and this is the same stuff. Speaking of our Armada stuff, let me see if I can grab this out without dropping everything. Here we go. Okay. So there's your, this is the same combination, the Prussian blue and the indigo as the pre-glaze, and then sort of the ultramarine over the top. So the same thing we did on these sails, same thing we're doing here. Yeah, Rottweiler, it's one of the, it was kind of the final nail in the coffin of no Adepticon. I mean, it was going to be sort of a no-go anyway, but this was a super no-go when all this stuff started happening here. Now, let's continue to work with our ultramarine here. Ultramarine blue. Again, this is all just traditional oils. It's right out of the tube. Think I'm kidding. Well, there you go. Williamsburg, right out of the tube. Judge Dredd. Unfortunately, to me, that really slows down the process. It's several extra steps, whereas here, this started out just as gray primer. Now I've got, do I have anything that's got the, well, actually here. So yeah, it was just primed gray, just like this, and just brushed on. And we did the pre-glaze, like you've seen me do here before. Just did the pre-glaze. Wiped it off with this. And then, where's my filbert brushes here? We took one of our filbert brushes. We just sort of dry brushed this lighter color on, and now, you saw what I did here, right? So I just took that. Now we'll take this brush right here. Little tap, tap, tap. So as you can see, no need for an airbrush, no need for setting it up, no need for cleaning it, and no need to have the spray booth going or anything like that. All I have to do is just plop it on there and push it around. Here, see, we got more that we can just push around. Same over here, right? We're just going to go a little tap, tap, tap. And all of these areas are just going to get nice and softened up here. Nice and softened up. No need for an airbrush. So to me, it really does, all kidding aside, it does slow the process down quite a bit when you start fooling around with the acrylics and everything else. Just let the oils do all the work for you. Again, over here, right, I can just go like so and like so. And then we'll just come back in with that blending brush and do the rest. Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, I'm guessing the weather's not your friend, though I'm sure the weather has not been your friend, and it just keeps making it really difficult to sleep there. So yeah, Valfera, it's really, really, really strange now that it's actually happening, and of course we see all the posts from people there. It's really surreal, because again, we haven't missed it since we started going back in 2007. The only years we didn't go were the 2 years it didn't happen. Right, so we've never missed an Adepticon that happened. And that's really, 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 really strange. I keep forgetting just how long it's been. And I know we said something, was it 4 hotels ago? Yeah, I believe this is the 4th different hotel they've been at. Now, yeah, Judge Dredd, it's just so much handier with the oils. And of course, there's no problem with letting them dry. You let the oils dry, and then you can go back with acrylics over the top of them, or you can let the oils dry. And believe it or not, it's almost like you can still blend wet into wet even after the oils have dried. because the oils are just so easy to apply. You can apply just a little bit. Heck, I've even painted with makeup sponges. Say, okay, that the oils have dried. It's part of my Army Painter series or something like that. Now here, look at this. Look at this. That was once a really hard edge. It was all kind of choppy. Not anymore. All I had to do was just do the blendy thing. That's all I had to do. So sorry about that there, Velfira. Yeah, Velfira, there was, well, I basically deemed it pretty much impossible for us to be there months ago. But it's one thing to know, there's no way you can get there. And that's another thing to then, it's that time. As Sarge says, yeah, I know what you mean. And so many other folks that wanted to be there but couldn't. It's one thing then to see it happening, and you are not there. Boy, Wolf Concepts, I wish I could find it for you somewhere around here. I actually did do one Space Marine with the Turbo Dork stuff, just to try it out. Now, obviously now I use basically the oil paint version, which is the interference colors and the iridescent pearl white for doing things like this. So this is all done with the oil paints, but it's all metallic. Even the base is metallic as well. And let's see, where's our Gondalorians? Here we go. Again, this is also all metallic, but also done with the interference paints. So yeah, you can actually do that kind of stuff with the oil paints too. Because, well, like anything else, the interference colors, they're just a pigment. It's just a pigment powder. And if you mix that with linseed oil or something like that, well, now you got yourself an oil paint. Thanks, Wolf Concepts. Appreciate that. Should we? Yeah, let's hit this too. We're just gonna start sharpening up some edges here, and then we'll come back and we'll start to do the really light edges. Judge Dredd, there's definitely some limitations with them, right? Where it basically has to be over darker colors if you want those to really work. And that's a little bit of a limiting thing. And of course, in still images, you practically can't see them. You almost have to have them rotating on a platform and have a video posted to Instagram if you want people to see them. So thanks so much, Wolf Concepts. We did get to paint our Sauron miniature. Where did he go? There he is. So we did finally get a chance to paint the Sauron miniature to go along with our ever-increasing War of the Last Alliance stuff. And sometimes the color ranges are more like this, but it's all in the greens, and then sometimes the color range is practically every color of the rainbow, like on this Lost Kingdoms miniature right here. So it can sometimes vary. Sometimes there's just a whole lot of greens or browns or earth tones. Here we're going to darken this, and obviously here doing our Smurf Marine. We are going to be in the range of blues, that's for sure. Let's hit this again. A nice edge there. We might even... No, I'm going to give it a little more time before we start to work with our freehand there. I am going to try to get the edge here of where the yellow is. I think we're pretty good there. Let's get some of our darks down here. Again, this is the indigo. The indigo and the Prussian blue, of course. This is for the darkest of the darks. For that sort of medium dark, that's where they ultramarine blue has been utilized. So let's try some more of that ultramarine here. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that you do it well. Again, for all the folks that were able to get to Adepticon, I hope that you've been having a blast. I hope your registration wasn't too much of a painful thing. I hope you got your, oh gosh, your swag bag. If you had a swag bag coming, I hope that you got it. Apparently there's all kinds of stuff in the swag bags this year, especially the whatever is the super duper swag bags, whatever those are. I think that's the, gosh, it's been so long I don't even remember what they're called. Valferret, well actually, well they wouldn't have, since they're 3D printed, that's an auto exclude right there, sadly. Seems like everything we do here would be automatically excluded, wouldn't you say? But the other thing too is that it's not necessarily, believe it or not, they would consider this not official iconography here. They would actually say that's not official, and that's something that we also learned, the unwritten rule is that even if you're going to do this, even though it's a legacy thing like this, if it's not matching the actual official thing, they will still sort of shadow block it, I guess, if you want to call it that. VIG bag. There, thanks, Sarge. I was trying to spit that out, and it just the words weren't happening. Now, Valfera, I mean, it's okay because the contest, fortunately for me, the contest, they're just not my focus. I mean, I understand, people they have fun with them, they enjoy those and there's different reasons, but maybe they want to push themselves or get some motivated and such to actually do the painting, and that's all good. This has never been a focus of mine. Actually, Valfair, you remember that story that I told you from years and years ago about that very first painting contest at that local game store so many years ago? That was another thing that kind of made me say, I'm not so sure about these painting contests here. Do I want to make that? No, I'm not going to make that any darker there. I think we're good on our darks there. We will sharpen up some of these edges now. Again, using the Prussian blue and the indigo. Let's darken even more. We're going to be coming back with some of our much more lightish lights here on some of our blues very, very soon here. Valfera, it's boy, when I think it was last year, just hearing the judges talking and such, this was after the thing, I just said, yeah, man, it's all about, is it perfect? If there's a random brushstroke somewhere, boom, that's it. I mean, they'll like it. They'll say, oh, that's nice. But if there is a random brushstroke somewhere, that's, well, dead and gone. Just it's off in the refuse pile. Which means that people take less and less and less chances. Because if you're just painting a little goblin, a lot less can go wrong than something more monumental where there's bound to be one or two errant brushstrokes there. And it's almost like that's what they're really focusing on. So, and obviously for me, the more painterly type style, that's what I enjoy. I mean, other folks, again, they enjoy something different, and that's just fine. That's all good. I'm going to grab that. Again, that's the Van Dyke brown with that brilliant yellow pale for a warmer gray right here. Just to switch this up. Like so. There. Hey, leaf painting, how you doing? So leaf painting, you've been posting a lot of stuff to Instagram. So if you wanted to post your Instagram links, they're in the chat. I know you have some that you can post. So everybody please give Leaf Painting a follow. And again, Leaf Painting, if you want to post your Insta stuff, go ahead and do that. I know you've had a bunch of stuff you've been working on. Yeah, Wolf Concepts, it was really, really odd to me. Again, as someone who has been asked to be a judge for different things, mostly for things like dioramas. Now, this is something that I actually did a series of videos on this. It's for a stupid little painting contest. It was really more just to stay part of the Lord of the Rings community. That was really my purpose behind it here, was just to, and that's some 3D printed miniatures. And the whole idea of a diorama is not just to have multiple figures on a base, it's that they have to tell some kind of story. There has to be some kind of composition. So those are the things that mean more to me rather than, oh my gosh, there's one leaf out of place on there. Let's see. Oh, being able, yeah, Judge Dredd. Haven't we mentioned that in a couple of videos? Like well, I think I usually say, okay, the kids are trying to set the house on fire or each other, and you need to jump away. And that's kind of difficult with the acrylics, wouldn't you say, Judge Dredd? I mean, even with the wet palette. Oh, here's the thing. Having that thing you just saw, that was actually painted in acrylics. And I'm sitting there going, why is this tiny dot of paint on my brush all dry? Whereas here, okay, yeah, this could be sitting on here tomorrow, and I could still easily clean that off. Hey, Laminas. Boy, Laminas, I was trying not to, for lack of a better term, wake people up that are at Adepticon. Because while you are now in my time zone, and it's not 1:26 for you, 12:26 is still on the later side. So, Laminas, I hope that you've been having a blast at Adepticon. I really hope so, and you've been able to at least do some stuff so far. Well, leaf painting, again, if you want to share any links to some things, again, I know you've had a whole bunch of posts there to your Instas, and you want to share those, that's very cool. So, Laminas, as I was doing this assembly video on those Dark Sword Dragons, I did an experiment, and I used the hot glue gun. Now, the hot glue gun for something that might have to travel somewhere, maybe that's not the bestest thing in the world, but actually that's what I'm going to use on that dragon. The one that you printed out for me. And I want to see, first of all, will it give me that instant hold, and will it fill any gaps as well? So we're gonna paint Laminas to sleep tonight. Yeah, Valfair, and here's the other thing too. Well, you know me, I would much rather have an army, right? Instead of painting a goblin or a Balrog or a dragon or whatever, right? Or a Dunlending. I want to have armies because, well, that's you want to play games, you need figures, don't you? You need plenty of them. So that's just kind of the thing that floats me. So someone's already down for the count. So Laminas, let's see, you came back so you actually gained an hour. All right, well, Sarge, you have yourself a good one. And again, commiserating with you not being able to make the Adepticon there. And again, I hope that you can still, not just make ReaperCon, but also have some fun there too. Alright, well, Valfair, actually, hey, Valfair, before you head out, we can do a quick little film noir, and it's kind of interesting to do it at this stage, because we haven't got the brightest lights here yet. You can see, we're sort of in that middle point. Oh, and by the way, this is less than an hour. Less than an hour ago, that was just primer. What we're going to do here for Valfair, though, is that. So now you can see it's not just value contrast. See, there's edge contrast here. You can see, and see on the bolter there, we've brought out some of these shapes more. Same thing here on the shoulder pads. Right? It's not just the fact that some parts are lighter. There's also not quite that those edges that show things as round or show things as a harder surface. Well, like metal. That's very important. So again, Valfira, hope you can have yourself a good night's sleep as always. Now, Kathy's had some really weird sleeping patterns. I think last night she got up at midnight, did not get back to sleep again until 2 in the morning. It was just one of them kind of things. Now, you can see here, did I mix up one gradually lighter yellow, or did I mix something that's insanely bright yellow? How about insanely bright yellow, which we allow to mix into these areas? So Valfira, again, I wish you great success in getting back to sleep. Get yourself back to sleep, and hopefully you're just, with each one of those shave downs there, you're that much closer to the end of that process too. We're all rooting for you, of course. So there, see that? Any layers there? Hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers whatsoever here. Let's get some light back there. Let's get some light back here. Again, no layers. All I'm doing is just plopping that on. Look at, see how it's turning green? That means I don't even have to add that green there. Leaf painting, I'm really glad that worked out. And actually, Leaf, now if you have any pictures or if you can actually show those, because I know sometimes you can't show things because they're still super secret, they haven't been released yet or whatever. But should you have some Insta images of that or anything, stuff painted with the oils, that'd be fabulous if you could show that off. Hey, Fox, nice to see you back. Boy, Fox, having had to paint, speaking of commission things, oh my goodness, I probably more like thousands of Space Marines, not just hundreds, but over the course of many years, had to paint probably thousands of Space Marines and vehicles and everything else, all with acrylics. If I could have painted them with oils, it would have taken not just less time, but a fraction of the time. I could have painted apocalypse-sized armies in the time it took to paint a couple of squads with acrylics. My goodness, such a huge difference that would have made. Especially since I don't really have to mix colors, right? Because that's what the pre-glaze is all about. You slap that pre-glaze on there, you wipe it away with the sponges. Now you have things that you can blend with, mix those new layers of color with. Actually, hey Doji, do you have some, well, I know you have plenty of different Instagram and Discord examples to show people things, but if you wanted to show people some of the Marines you were using your airbrush on, if you should happen to have an Insta or Discord link to that, so people can see it. Almost forgot that. Now, this is the other fun thing. You say, oh my goodness, I just got a blob of yellow right there. Yeah, well, that's really a big deal, huh? It's already gone. Already gone. No problem. No problem whatsoever. And again, we haven't even done our lightest lights, well, with anything yet. I'm going to get a little bit lighter now here with some of the brilliant yellow pale. I also have to, I think, make this a bit thicker. Remember, thick paint sticks to thinner paint and vice versa. Alright, Badger, you have yourself a good one. Thanks so much for being here. And thanks so much for the thoughts. It has definitely been a difficult, I'm going to say the things really took some difficult turns in, well, actually, this whole year. January got really nuts, and we thought, maybe we escaped that. And then we got bashed in February and then again in March. So we appreciate everybody that is thinking of us. Luminous, you have yourself a good one. And again, have yourself a blast tomorrow. Have yourself a real blast tomorrow. Let me get back to my dark over here. We'll straighten you out right there. And then we're going to add some more dark in the form of some brown matter, a little bit of Egyptian violet. Here, let me, again, I'm just going to use my paper towel right there. So everybody please check out the Instagram link from Doji there. Now, where we've got the lightest light, we're also going to have our darkest dark here. That promotes the edge contrast there. We need to do it here since all we have there is basically a middle tone. All of a sudden now we have a dark there. Same over here. So Doji, that's fantastic. Now we can still get a little bit lighter there. I don't want to go too light since that is supposed to be in shadow. Let's not go too light there. Also, we have to start thinking about the bolter, getting some darks in that are also warmer. Here, let's take our Van Dyke brown here. Like so again, just to try and catch a few edges here. Tidy things up a bit. We need a little more dark up there. We already did the, well, de facto horizon line on our bolter right there. So we see, we just chuck that on there. Let me see if I can find myself my usual blending brush over here. And I think I've got a whole bunch of brushes over here that we can try and grab. 1 second. I think they all ended up over here. Yeah, that's where they all went off too. I was wondering where all my blending brushes went off too. That's where they went to. Where did you go? There you are. Yeah, Doji, that's well, obviously that's kind of, even when we first started painting, that's what was pushed, right? It was it starts out dark and it just gets lighter and lighter and lighter. Then we realized kind of starting in the middle and working either way, well, it certainly ended up being a faster way to work. It certainly was an easier way to work. So everybody please check out the link posted by Leaf Painting if you could. Please check that out. And again, please give Leaf Painting a follow as well. Now here, let's take our blending brush to the other thing that the blending brush does is it takes away some of that excess paint. That is why the oils do not take forever to dry. Now, let me see if we can go to some of our lighter, if we can, blues. So we'll actually, let me get a little bit of the thinner onto that fast matte white. Just a drop of thinner, and that's it. You want to mix a little bit of the radiant blue with that, not a ton. And not a super lot of thinner either, because we don't need that to be a pin line wash. Now we'll start to really kick in some of our lighter lights here. And again, we're going to let that paint mix as often as we can. Let the oils do the work. Might as well. I mean, the other nifty thing is, too, that the oils, well, they certainly save you a lot of money because they last forever. And by forever, I mean your grandkids could still be painting miniatures with those same tubes that you buy. Not very likely with the self-spilling containers of contrast paint, even if you don't use them up naturally. But yes, the contrast paint containers, they're basically designed to spill on their own entirely. Gee whiz, they wouldn't do that, so you have to keep continuously buying them. No, that would never happen. So again, you notice there's not a lot of mixing on that palette, is there? It's kind of all happening right here, where it should. Again, that diorama project that I showed you that picture of, and not having that ability to be able to just, well, go in there and take a simple color from the palette and just mix it wherever on the figure. That was well, that was a wake up right there for sure. That was a big old wake up call. I went, huh? Not really used to that. I'm gonna get a little bit of my ultramarine onto my blending brush here just to again tone some of that down. Now we can bring back some light here. And of course, trying to do that chain of highlights. You want metal surfaces. You have to not just reflect light, you also have to reflect color. That's why we didn't mind these almost getting a bit of a greenish tone to them. More of our fast matte white here. Same here. So Nurgle Matthew, I'm guessing you didn't get to go to Adepticon either. Let's see again. What was it that Tea Kettle came up with a really fantastic phrase? Oh yeah, Adepta homies. Yes, we're doing the Adepticon at home thing here. Yeah, would love to be there, but that was not in the cards for this year. Where's my blending brush? Ah, fine, I'll just use this. Any brush can be a blending brush. Let's see if we can't pop in a couple of lights here, a couple of key ones, especially on these little lines here. Like so. What was it? Oh, it was 2014. That was my last. It's my last year doing tournaments. At Adepticon, I did the Warhammer and Fantasy Championship, basically the singles. I don't think that was the year Marty and I also did the team tournament. I think that was probably the year before that. Yeah, because I had that was the year of the Tomb Kings and the Sisters of Battle. All right, there we go. Look at that big old nasty blob of white there. But wait. Oh, that really changed, didn't it? That went from a blob to a nifty little shape. What do we have to do? How hard did we have to work to do that? Not very hard at all. Same thing there. Let's get some more of our lighter. Again, this is sort of a. It's not quite white. It's relatively close to it, but still not quite white. A bit of tap, tap, tap there. We also need some reflected light down here. Some edges over here. Now, I guess the other challenge for the evening is can we manage to not fall asleep on stream? I've fallen asleep, I believe, on the last 4 streams. The last one, I only fell asleep once. The one before that, I fell asleep 3 times. What did we do? Oh, sleep streaming. Yes, that was the phrase that we coined. Yeah, so should there be something like a big white stripe or something like that that goes across some weird random part of the miniature? That would be because I fell asleep for a second. Again, it's happened several times already as we had some light here. Or maybe I don't quite make much sense. So Patrick, it was pretty weird because the one time I remember basically waking up suddenly, and I think I was talking about Blackguard of Barad-dûr all of a sudden, when it had nothing to do with what I was painting at the time. And I went, why did I just say Blackguard? That has nothing to do with anything that I'm doing. And all I could figure is that, we had just painted that Sauron miniature, and I probably just did a puppet show or something. That's what it was with Sauron. Now we need a little bit of edge here, and then we're going to have to actually bring back some darks there. What I'm trying to do is let this area set as much as possible. It's not going to dry, but it will set. Yeah, Patrick, that was one of the more shocking things. Yeah, I've yawned a lot on stream, and I've come to, close to the brink of falling asleep, but never actually did fall asleep on stream. But everybody keeps saying, well, we can't tell. So Patrick, I'm not sure what's more worrisome, that people can't tell that I'm asleep. And there's been people specifically, they've gone back to listen to try and find when it was that I fell asleep. I mean, obviously for me it'd be very easy because I would just look back and go, oh yeah, there's a big old weird stripe on that part of the miniature. That's where I fell asleep. Or the last stream where I almost dropped the miniature, that would have been a little bit of a telltale for me. Putting some lights in here. Top of that bolter. It's going to need to get our blues. Let's see if we can't chuck in a little more of our light on this item right here. Maybe here on the front. We also will need some kind of reflected light here. Don't have to worry about that just yet. And of course we don't want to go too bonkers there, because if we do, that's in shadow. Where did that bright light come from? Fast matte white again. Let a little bit of that, a little bit of the blue mix in there. Thank you so much, Denethor. I appreciate that. Denethor comes along. He says, so you wouldn't mind us borrowing some of those little shooty things that you got there? It's kind of like the Avenger Bolt Thrower, only way better. So there's a little bit of MESBG for you, right, Denethor? The ye old Gondor Bolt Thrower, or Avenger Bolt Thrower. What is it? Rapid Fire? Is that the upgrade, Denethor, that everybody says is the autoing? Yeah, that's what it must be. Rapid Fire or something like that. That's what the upgrade must be. Now here, we're going to get some of this. Again, the lighter. Blue up in here on some of the fingers. These little joints right here. Also, this. Right, because we want that. We're even going to use that here to create very quickly some reflected light. So I'm just going to use my beat up old craft brush here as a blending brush. Boom, we got reflected light there. Boy, Grand Oracle, now I forget what the depth is where you have to, well, you might even be on a different thing, like some nitro or something like that. But I know there's some depths where you just can't pop up to the surface. You gotta spend time at a certain. I guess maybe they call them safety stops. But you say, okay, I'm gonna ascend 25 feet. Now I gotta stop. I'm gonna ascend 50 feet. Now I gotta stop here. Oh, so you don't get the bends. That's it. So I know you can't just from certain depths. You can't just kind of go, oh yeah, I'm just gonna pop right up now. So Grand Oracle, is it just a buddy system for diving, or when you get to certain depths, do you actually have to have more? Hey, Fargano, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Well, a happy Friday to ya. Happy Friday to everybody. So again, you can see 1 hour 15 minutes ago, there was nothing on here. Also, just standard ear. I think we can get lighter up here too, for sure. Again, Armored Wolf is at Adepticon, and again, just like for me, it's a working convention for Armored Wolf. So I just I mean, maybe you'll pop in here later. He may. I really sort of hope that he's just sleeping, because he is no longer in his home time zone 3 hours back. He's in our time. He's in our territory right now. So it's 12:51 for him, just like it is for me. And it's not even 9 o'clock. It's funny, Grand Oracle. I absolutely love all things on the water. Sailing is my favorite. By far my favorite. Canoeing, second favorite after that. But I really like being on the water. I am not a fan of being in the water. I don't even like swimming, which is kind of hilarious. The guy that could spend the entire day, every day, sailing, has zero interest in swimming or something like that. I know it has to be kind of incongruous. I think we're just about ready to be able to do our icons on the shoulders, because I think that we've let that set for quite some time, and I think that's going to be much easier to work with. Much easier to work with. Here we are. So yeah, sailing is just one of my favorite things to do. Absolutely love it. I think I was 13 at summer camp, and I went from sailing for the first time to actually teaching the other kids within a day or two. Absolutely loved it. Let's keep going with our lightest light here. Some of these areas. Get on the power pack here. We need a nice little chain of lights here. We even need something on the underside down here. Gas will try and catch a little smidge of an edge right there. What about, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Like so, and like so. There's still some more over here that we can do. Oh yeah, these that we did it on the other side, we didn't do it on this side. There we are. Boy, that's interesting that the diving kind of eliminates that pressure, eliminates the motion sickness. Yeah, I know that my sister, she gets motion sickness. It's pretty intense motion sickness, actually. Yeah, I remember, I would hear things about seasickness, right? You hear that term, and I could never understand exactly what that meant. So thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that, Adeptus. Thank you so much, Adeptus Cachopo. It's like, it's like, dude, not gonna help you fight the Demon Prince. It's like, so just because he got wings and he's big and he has a whip, it's like, yeah, Demon Prince. That's what he is. You sure? I mean, you sure you just couldn't shoot him maybe with that thing there? It's like, yeah, I heard what happened when you tried fighting him with that glow stick and kitchen utensil of yours. It didn't end well for him. Spoiler alert. Thank you so much for that follow, Adeptus. Appreciate that. Yeah, Grand Oracle, what's... You'll get a kick out of this. Now we're going to add some darks over here on the gold. We'll just mostly do some Indian yellow and our, for now, brown matter. That I can always tell when I've had a severe lack of sleep because vertigo, that's it, yeah. I'll try and get up and the room is independently spinning around very rapidly. And now that puts me down right away, that's for sure. Now we're going to do the same over here again. Where's our example? So see right there again, we're going to throw a little bit dark right there. Just in this one area. And as you can see, we didn't mix something slightly darker, did we? Why? Because see how it all just mixed together? See how easy that is? No problemo. Oh, no problem there, Doji. No problem. Thanks so much for being here. As always, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, I think I'll actually throw a little bit of that over here. Maybe some of that down here as well. Don't want to lose all that green that we've got. Again, that's sort of our reflected light green there. Well, that is pretty darn wild there, Grand Oracle. It really is. Again, Doji, I hope that you're having yourself a decent day. There we are. Now that's, that could use a little more orangey too. There we go. A little bit of the Indian yellow shifted that red back towards the orange. Just want to start fooling around here with these. Like so. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. We're going to use some of this here again. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Let me see. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Well, and it would, I'm sure it would, for folks that maybe are a little bit more on the hesitant side, right? That certainly wouldn't help their confidence, would it? No, definitely not. No, let me just get some of that out of here. So we're just going to our fast matte white, and of course that little bit of thinner in there helps, but again, we don't want it to be a pin line wash. That's not going to be helpful. But we are looking to just do a couple little areas here. Like so. Let's bring that out too. Now, sometimes Grand Oracle, well, again, it even happens here with the painting, and as I'm filming the videos, right, there's always some weird thing that happens on every single video, and there was one on the last one, too. Yeah, Grand Oracle, can't wait. So I was assembling one of the dragons, right, spoiler alert. One of them had 2 left wings, and of course it was the very last piece that I was putting on there. So I went, okay, I guess we're not going to finish this one. because I got 2 left wings here and no right wing. So that wasn't terribly helpful. But there's no way I wasn't going to use that footage because I spent that much time filming it. Like, we're using this. Yeah, that was very unexpected, especially since they're brand new. They're a brand new release there. But it happens. It happens. Back to our lightest light here. That's going to go there on his foot. Maybe a little bit right there. You know what? We need some more reflected light here. Let's see if we can use this. Again, do you see me mixing some sort of gradual thing there? Nah, not gonna do that. We're just gonna grab Mr. Blending Brush again. And we'll do that. So Grand Oracle, I'm still trying to decide essentially how do I base those dragons? Do we just put them on bases so that they're usable instead of trying to make sort of a diorama out of them, or to kind of just maybe pick one or two to maybe do a diorama type of a thing with? That's kind of the next thing that I have to choose there. It'll be one of the small dragons, obviously, since I don't have the larger filming area set up yet. So it'll be one of the 2 smallest dragons, no matter what. Once again, blending brush. See what that line there? Little tap, tap, tap. So it's a lighter area that's a suggestion maybe of a line, but not actually a line. Well, I'm going to guess. Again, this is my Nostradamus type of effect here. I'm going to guess that Commander Mittens' rating, and I'm also going to guess that she's rating with a party of 25. Well, looky there. I'm right once again. Boy, it's like 100% of the time. It works most of the time. So, Commander Mittens, how are you doing? Commander Mittens was also painting a Space Marine. I don't know what chapter it was there, Commander Mittens, but everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow if you can. And of course, Commander Mittens, if you want to post any of your stuff there in the chat, things you've been working on, please feel free to... I was a Dark Angel, okay. I wanted to say it was green, but I didn't want to just automatically say Dark Angel, because it could have been Salamanders or something else. Hey, boy, Spottiest Shark, nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. So, Commander Mittens, and everybody please give Commander Mittens a follow. And of course, if you want to share anything in the chat, go right ahead. Now, where's our... Oh, so this is being painted in traditional oil paints. Quite traditional, as in right out of the tube. Oil paints, yes. All 20, yes. Actually, yeah, Commander Mittens, please post all those crazy luminettes so that people can check those out. This was the first one we painted on stream. I just happened to have these all prepped from a basing video, believe it or not. That was our first. Oh, then we went to, the Heavy Bolter guy. And then I think this was, this was our last stream with these guys. Hey, Paintwater Sommelier, how you doing? If everybody could please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. And same thing, Paintwater, if you want to post anything in the chat, that'd be fantastic. Now, look, same color combos. This is the Northern Alliance fleet from Armada, which actually, this was our latest stream here. This was our Armada Monday. This is the new Trident Realms fleet from Mantic. So, well, there was also some healthy amount of blue used in there. So again, everybody please check out Commander Mittens' link there if you could. And of course, again, please give Commander Mittens a follow. That'd be sensational. So see, we got this very rough edge there. all we need to do is do a little bit of tap, tap, tap. And, oh, guess what? That is all nicely smooth out here. We can even go a little bit lighter with that edge. A bit lighter with this edge. Now I'm going to actually take this radiant green. Where's my perline black? There we go. So we're just going to alter this a little bit away from just the plain gray to something that has a little bit, almost more of a greenish touch to it. Alright, well, Commander Mittens, hope you have some yummy vittles there. Some very yummy vittles, and we'll see you back in just a bit. And everybody, please give Commander Mittens a follow. Please go ahead and do that. So, Spottiest Shark, I hope that you've been doing really well. I know it's been a wee while. As we add some more of our lights here in a couple of places. Now, where's my blending brush once again? All I had to do is add that light there and then just pull that light down this way. And that's all that I needed to do. How's about we get some more lights here along the edge of that bolter. Same thing on this side. Now I got my blending brush again. And I want to use it right here on the bolter to kind of mesh. There we go, our new dark area. Now let's get some of this green here again. That's the perline black mixed with a little bit of the radiant green. Just looking to have a slightly different color to this, a different gray here. Hey there, Thranduil. So Thranduil, I hope that things are going all right over there. I know it's been a little crazy, a little bit weird and difficult with things changing and such. Now let me see if I can find. This is not going to use that. I'll just use this. Some Terra Rosa. We gotta get some rust over here on that rebar. Brown matter, Terra Rosa. That's sort of our original rust color. Then we go more towards just the Terra Rosa. So we got the rebar here again. We're just going to rust that up. Let me see. 1 hour 32 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. There was not a drop of paint on there. So anyway, I'm glad it's not too crazy. Again, it's not the ideal circumstance that you were looking for. We could even see have some of that go over the top there, some of that rust. Heck, we could have a little bit go down in there. Again, that's just from the rebar. You know what? I think that is set enough to do our, speaking of iconography, on either side here. Let's get this party started. Let's get this ball a-rolling now. As we do this, since all this is wet paint, as we do this, the darker colors here, that's actually going to mix with what we just put on here, which is good because in effect that will provide the shading that we need. We'll widen this thing out a little bit here. Now again, I think all the folks that are at Adepticon now, they're probably sleeping unless they're desperately trying to paint a Golden Demon entry, or they're desperately trying to paint some armies or whatever for the tournament that might be starting tomorrow. I mean, well, Saturday is going to be day 2 for a bunch of tournaments. Or Friday will be day 1, sorry. I think it was, Was it the 40K that was always the... Yeah, I think it was 40K was always the first tournament. At least when I was doing it. I was always Friday. And then Saturday would be the Warhammer. Now we got to do our Ultra Marine. Is that about where we want to be with the height of that? Yeah. Nice thing is we can always change that around if the need arises. Get the fuzz off of that brush there. That almost looks like a weird little smiley face right there. So what we started with 1 hour 35 minutes and 28 seconds ago was just a prime miniature. We hit it with some of our darker colors that we call staining colors, and then we took these makeup sponges, we wiped that away, essentially created what we call an active zenithal, which I could then take my filbert brushes with some lighter colors and go in and just start to mark out all of these lights here. And then we started to put in more and more detail from there. We actually went back in, did some darks to find some edges there. Unlike, well, it seems like the standard approach for acrylic, just to paint one small part of the miniature. Heck, even when I was using acrylics, I would paint the whole miniature all at once. Why is that? Well, let's say you've primed it black, and then all you do is you paint the face. And the armor is ultimately going to be something lighter, like, I don't know, maybe Imperial Fist, like a yellow. Once you get that yellow on there, you realize that your face does not look at all like what you thought it did, because now it's not next to black anymore, it's next to bright yellow. If you had some of that yellow in place, it would have been a lot easier to predict and go, oh, okay, yeah, that's not going to show up unless I really lighten this or darken this or whatever. Can't light there. Thicken this up a little bit. Then we might come back in with our darker ultramarine, and then again try and really settle on the edges here. But I think we'll wait. We'll let that set for a bit. I do think there's some more light edges I can get here too. For sure. Yeah. Maybe here. Just hit these couple edges right there. But again, if you are still up and you're at Adepticon, thanks for joining me here. I think now we can get our lighter rust in here, and that might just be Terra Rosa, a little bit of our radiant yellow too. I don't need all of this to be the brighter orangey rust. Sometimes just a suggestion of something is the best way to go, instead of just making it really obvious what it is. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Oh, look at that. Thranio getting the gift sub there. Thank you so much, Bench Guy. Appreciate that. Maybe we'll throw a little bit of lighter, some of our rush streaks right there. So, Bench Guy, I hope that you guys enjoyed that movie. I don't know if that was the last session or the one before that, where the youngsters, you and the youngsters, were going to be watching a feature of some kind. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. Do we need some? Yes, we do. We will throw a little bit more light here on our rust, and then say that's good enough. Right, I'm over here. No more Indian yellow. And that is going to create, let's see this nice intense orange here, which we're going to let mix into the lighter area, and then over here into the darker area. So it's not just a mid-tone there, it's more than that. Sort of a intermediate go-between here. It makes that line a little less sharp. Same thing over here. Again, any brush can be a blending brush. See, that's got more turn to it, right? We have that light, dark, and light again. I don't want to do too much more on that. Now, let me see if I can also. So I should probably just grab a tiny bit of our Marion Street Fluorescent, but let me see if I can do it just with this. Just with this. Right there. Could have just done maybe even Radiant Magenta and our Indian Yellow. Radiant Magenta would have given it the red, also the opacity. Indian Yellow, as we say all the time, is a very intense color, but an intense, even super staining color, that doesn't mean that it's automatically going to cover anything. Yeah, Indian Yellow is extremely translucent, even though the paint itself, consistency-wise, is one of the thickest paints out there. Yeah, it is. But it's also the most translucent, pretty much. See if I can. The ends of the wings here, just catch a tiny bit of that. Again, we can always come back in there, do a little bit more. Blending brush once again. A very simple little tap, tap, tap. That's all that it takes. Remember, that removes a little bit of the paint, which is good. That's going to keep it from taking so long to dry. If you're new to the oils, you can almost just assume. Of course, we know what the first three letters in assume are. We can assume that the colors are... if you stack up a lot of paint on there, it's going to take them longer to dry. By just taking that paint, putting a little bit on there, taking that blending brush, pushing the rest around, you have saved on a ton of paint. Hey, Bithron, how you doing? So Bithron, hopefully you are very satisfied with the change that you made there to the schedule. Now, and Bithron, if you wanted to share links to stuff that you've been working on lately, like some of the pictures you sent me on the Instas. Is this going to be too light here with the... No, and here's the other thing. Context, right? That looks so incredibly light there only because there's so much dark around it. Well, Bithron, glad that you got yourself some days off. Hopefully you'll also get a chance to relax just a bit too. Now the freehand here, let me grab our other one so you can see that difference. So you can see this is, again, that initial sketching out of it. We let it mix with the darker colors that are already there. Same thing there with that symbol. You can see how much lighter we're going to get. So everybody please check out the link that Bithron posted there. Let's get this side of our ultramarine symbol. And this is almost a little bit of Morse code here. We're just kind of doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap. This is the other thing that will be difficult for the new oil painters. This idea that Every paint has its own consistency, and then you're also changing it, whether you're adding thinner or not. But don't forget that just dry brushing the oils, that's another way of controlling that consistency. We're trying to just go so far here. That's it. Let's see. Geez, Bithron, sorry that it's always, seems like it's always something like that right now. I'm just going to get me another cough drop here 1 second. There we go. I just realized didn't have one. And we'll start that process of lightening this up. Also, trying to tighten up those edges. I mean, here's pretty simple. Very simple. We just have to get the top part of our arrow right here. And again, that is more like Morse code. And instead of trying to go where I need it to be lighter, I'm going where it just is okay for it to mix with that paint and get darker. It also means now if I want to get this lighter, I have to come back over here, get some of our fast matte white again. Now, so impact and caps, we've painted a whole bunch of space, many of them over the years. Some of them have a little bit more of the chipping and the weathering. These guys right here, we've gone a little bit more with the non-metallic. I think you can even see here, we'll show some of the chapter studies miniatures that we did in our tutorial videos. Well, I mean, even here, and that's mostly a non-metallic, a little bit less there. Now, where's the white scar here? So there's, again, this is one, what we did, 9 of these things. Now the Thousand Sun was, well, you know, sort of a, also again, a non-metallic. Here's our Howling Griffin. So it's a little bit more of a non-metallic approach, but there's been some where it's been much more of it's just paint, and the paint has been chipped. So there's been many other projects where the Marines had a little bit more of a worn down look and well, some rust and such things. So impact and caps, I hope that you're doing really well. Oh, you know, we could get some light over here too. We could. Let's do that.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Impact and Caps, for that follow. Will we run out of Gandalfs? Not quite. It's like, dude, man, you better lay out whatever that pipeweed stuff is, man. I'm wearing a gas mask. I can still smell that. So the hobbits don't notice it. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Impact and Caps. Now, of course, something like here, again, we have the object source lighting, but still your non-metallic there. Here, all these again painted with the same oil paints. Here was all about the color contrast and saturation contrast. Warm saturated green, cool saturated green, and then a sort of a warm-ish but very unsaturated green right there. And of course, we do enjoy our object source lighting too. This is where we have all these cool greenish grays, and then here, that's where all of our object source lighting is. That light is, it's not really light, it's the bright, intense orange. And of course, we've been painting up a ton of our Armada stuff as well. That one, let me see, where's our... So things like this too, all painted in the oils. We painted 2 of these units on stream. And of course, all these painted with oils on stream. Same thing. They're even with all the freehand. And of course, let me see, where's our, absolutely love these, all again painted with the oils. I gotta print out those Daughters of Sekhmet, I keep forgetting. And of course, we love our object source lighting. Now this, that's all done with the oils, but that's actually true metallic metals there. And of course, there's our Medbury doors. And we have a bunch of those, oh gosh, from Diwali, from who else? Well, basically everybody, Medbury Miniatures. Oh, thanks, Bithron. Appreciate that. Well, we also paint terrain on the channel here. So yeah, I've painted a bunch of terrain pieces with the oils. Again, same traditional oils right out of the tube. And because we're using so little paint, they don't take days or weeks to dry or anything like that. Now, I think we've let that sit a bit. We're going to come back here with some of our ultramarine blue. And we're going to just clean this up a smidge here, I think. And that's the nifty thing about being able to do the freehand with the oil paints. Very easy to make changes and corrections like we did over here to this gambling figure. Originally I tried that pattern on this vertical surface, didn't work. I wiped it out, replaced it in a few seconds, and then here the horse, I actually had to move it back 3 times. It was just too close to the edge here, so it was very easy to make those changes as well. Oh yeah, here's one of our dwarves there. Again, all done with the oils. I think we painted up, what, 9 of those in a 10.5-hour stream. Because reasons. So again, Bithron, thanks for doing that clip. We need some reflected light here. I'm looking at these things going, it's a deplorable lack of reflected light there. We need some more. I'm just going to hit this back here too. Now you can't really see it. But yeah, we'll get these vents over here. And then we need some more reflected light over here. We'll just plop that stuff on there. We'll grab our blending brush. We'll just do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. Spread that out. Very easy. There. I'm looking at that. Yeah, we'll have to hit that too. Let me see. We got that, and I think this is now set well enough. Or do I need to? No, I'm gonna actually add a little bit more to the arrow point there. Let's add a little bit more to our lightest light as well. And of course, impact and caps if you want to see anything, any of the past sessions that I've done on the channel here. They're all saved as highlights. So the previous 3 sessions here on our Smurf Marines, or even the Ukrainian Marines that we did last March. This was a year ago. Hard to believe. It's already been a year since we did these guys. And these were really a blast. Really had fun with those. Now, we do paint a lot of 3D printed stuff, including these guys. Yes, these are actually 3D printed. But the current situation here, I don't have a lot of time for assembling things, so these were just perfect. Because these are actually one piece. One piece and done. Again, perfect for somebody that has 0 time for assembling anything unless it's part of a video tutorial. Now, do I feel like this arrow is in the right position? think so now. Grab this guy here and see. Yeah, we'll do our little Roman numeral there. It's almost split halfway between this. So let's get our Mars black here. And away we go. And all of this, again, is wet into wet.
So say we all.
But there's strategy. That is why this sticks, right? Oh, thank you so much, Lemon. I appreciate that. Actually, no, this would be more appropriate. This would be more, because this is lemon ginger tea infused with some honey. Thank you so much, Lemon. Darth Jameson. We are using, still using the old Sonic Mini 4K, which now is kind of an ancient thing practically, and using the gray, Soraya Simple Gray resin. Oh, here we go. We have an example of it here. Now, I also have the Simple Smoky Black. That was the original stuff we used. I kind of like the gray better because it's just easier to remove the supports. Now, the simple resins, they work really well for me. There's a couple of little caveats there. You cannot use a wash and cure machine with those. So I don't even have one of those things. Because with it's the simple black or the simple clear or the simple gray, if it's at all wet, it's going to crack. It's basically going to kind of explode on you. So yes, it has to be completely 100% dry. Now, buy lemon, that is fantastic. Oh, hey, actually, buy lemon if you have any Insta, Discord links, whatever. Maybe things that you painted in oils. It would be fantastic for other folks to see that. So if you have that and you wouldn't mind sharing that, I think it would be excellent for folks to see that. Now, we got that sort of almost like an orangey red that we put over here. That is going to go here. Now we're trying to leave that greenishness here. Why? Because this is supposed to be shiny reflective gold. How is it not reflecting all this blue and even the gray here? Basically everything around that gold says, if you're going to do anything, it should be almost like a green. So Lemon, thank you so much for the kind words, and I'm glad that that's been helpful. I really do wish that I had just, thought of using the oils on miniatures many, many years ago. Better late than never. Especially, since I used to be, this is what I did, right? I did 2D art many, many years, long before I ever did the miniatures. And all these were painted on stream, of course. Now, this is always kind of fun right here. We can kind of combine the two here. This is one of our 2D art streams, but then here's one of our recent streams where we painted Sauron. It says, now that's a tower. Yeah, or seriously, this is like 3 times as tall. Actually, it might be 4 or 5 times as tall. Because I think Orthanc was supposed to be 400 or 500 feet tall, and I do believe Barad-dûr was somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,700 feet tall. A bit like comparing the Burj Khalifa to sort of like a little mid-sized skyscraper that you would see downtown here, which are a dime a dozen. I would lose track of just how many little 2, 3, 4, 500 foot skyscrapers we have here. Obviously we have a few thousand footers here. Hey Chewy, nice to see you again. Okay, I'm going to use my blending brush to push that to either side there. You know what, we also I think need another dose of our... Yeah, well, let's do that. Here we go. Here's a little bit of that perline black. So it's not just darker. Also has a little bit of that greenish tint to it also. I do also have, and I still haven't had a chance to set it up yet. I have it It's at least out of the box and in place where it's supposed to be. But I have an Anycubic Mono X, which, again, at this point, it's also ancient compared to what else is out there. But I really want to get that one going so that I can make some larger prints. So buy lemon. Actually, what we were hoping to do is actually as merch and some other things is to have Book of Wappel stickers. It's just all of the craziness that essentially almost started here a year ago with Kathy's situation. That's really kept me from working on those. Hey Arid, how you doing? Everybody please give Adepticon wife a follow. Arid, I hope that, well, any luck. I'm not even going to mention outside of hopefully you have had some better luck than what you've had with your project. Now we'll just call it the project. Hopefully that's going a little better. So buy lemon. I think there's what 50 some odd chapters. Now actually Armored Wolf, he had started to do some stickers himself, but then things got crazy for him. What I'm hoping to be able to do, I don't know, maybe it would be really nice to do a book at some point. Now, boy, Arid, sorry that that's turned. We really thought that the other part was going to be the difficult part. We really thought that was going to be the most, especially with all the monetary things, with the Fed and everything that were going on. We thought that's going to be the hurdle. So, Bastet, how are you doing? Well, let me get a little. Yeah, see, we need to go a little bit more with our indigo here. There we are. So for our raiders, what are we painting? We're painting with traditional oils. And by traditional oils, I mean, well, there you go. Right out of the tube. So again, everybody please give Adepticon wife a follow. That's tossing a little more light there, and then maybe even here. So, you see, we just hammered that right on there. Why? Because we can take a blending brush that doesn't have yellow on it. There. Don't mind, because guess what? That is going to reflect down here. So again, see how that completely changes that from a line to a nice little shape. Now, well, Bastet, I think what you would rather have visions of is maybe, well, something a little more tranquil, right? Something tranquil like that, or maybe even a little less Lorien here. There you go, some nice fall foliage there. I think that's the scene. I think that's what you want to see on the ceiling over. Well, speaking of Orthanc, maybe even something like that, something nice and relaxing. So that's 137 here. So buy lemon, I have a whole series of painting video on the Patreon page. It's called Army Painting. And now, of course, you can also see them on stream here. So where's those dwarves that I was just... Here we go. So we painted all 9 of those on a 10.5-hour stream from start to finish. Ideally, I would like to be working on 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 figures all at once. Let's see. Oh, actually, here was another batch. I think that was about a 6-7 hour stream-ish, something like that. Then, well, let's see. Where's that? Oh. Where's there? Yeah, these. Again, another batch that we painted all in one shot. Same thing here with our done lendings. Painted all of those in one stream. Where's my, there you are. We painted 15 goblins in a 12.5-hour stream-ish. The oils, again, we do the pre-glaze, right? Then we wipe it away with the sponges. Then we break out yield filbert brushes, do that sort of lighter dry brushing over the top to try and establish our middle tones at least. Thank you so much, Bastet. Thank you so much. So hopefully we can give you some much more pleasant visages to have to be able to fall asleep and stay asleep. Nice peaceful resting sleep. Yeah, you know what? We're going to go for it here. We're going to go for a little bit of light right there. Like so. So buy lemon. If you get the Army Painter pledge level on the Patreon page, well, you get all of the videos. And they all tie together. So this was one of my chapter studies videos, right? It's the most recent chapter study. So we did one Howling Griffin. However, we are starting a brand new series, and it's going to be a whole unit of Howling Griffins. So we'll be doing 10 of them. The first one will be the color test figure, and then we get into the rest of the unit. And I try to do that quite often, is kind of start with something, or here. These are also very important, especially if you're doing the oils. These color charts, not only do you learn kind of what the colors are going to do consistency wise, how they mix together, you also have yourself a color library, which can be really, really important, because this army painting series right here, the colors were determined by looking at those color charts, saying, you know what, I kind of like this phthalo green next to this purple matter, next to this quinacridone magenta. So this series right here was the colors were determined by looking at those color charts. Oh my goodness. So those are the other two. Yeah, I remember it's weird, just like, nope, not accepting that offer. And then, oh, that's right, we were joking about the duct tape actually would have been an improvement over some of the stuff they did. Yeah, Arid, you would think, oh gosh, that right now there's sort of a glutted market, so you would have your choice of some posh things right now, wouldn't you? That would be the logic, but then, logic applies to nothing that you and I have been doing this year, the last year plus, has it? Because your Odyssey there has been going on just pretty much about the same amount of time as our Odyssey. Now, what am I adding here? Again, some more of those chain of lights here. Follows the curvature there. So again, let's soften up the edge on that. Pick the edge out on that a little bit more. Yeah, and Arid, of course, and we always get little surprises like, oh, nobody told you that after round 7 this can happen, that you should be looking out for this. Wait a minute, nobody told you that those things have a half-life, so even after you get back home for days, you could be dealing with the aftershocks of that. Yeah, nobody quite mentioned that to us. You know what? We need some. Speaking of reflected light, let's get some over here. Heck, I might even have to think about reflecting some of the yellow over there. Again, this is supposed to be a shiny surface. It's not just reflected light that's important. It's also reflected color. I guess that you can almost use it a bit of art therapy later on, right? Just to do a painting of that or something. Boy, Chewy, when we combine the chocolate-covered raisins with the frosted mini wheats and a burrito or something like that, that is definitely measurable on the Richter scale on other planets. Now let's get some of our light here, and we'll take our blending brush. And see, why are we mixing colors on the palette? This is another way to get your army painting stuff done faster. Is you can see there's very little mixing there. Why? Because all the mixing is happening over here instead. Also, too, when it comes to those army painting series that I was talking about, now with the oils, they're going to be dry by the next day. So when you see me, especially from episode 3 to 4 to 5, well, that stuff's going to be dry. So we actually do show ways to take advantage of the oils even though they might have actually dried in between sessions. Because now back in the days before streaming, when all I did was the commission painting, I mean, a short day for me was to paint for 12, 14 hours. Those were the short, kind of average days. The really spicy days, that's where we'd be painting for 18, 19, 20 hours. Now, hey, actually, Chewy, would you want to, if you got an Insta link or something like that with your fire giant, if you want to post that, and of course, Arid, if you haven't already posted your Pinstagram, as we love to call it here, if you want to post that, that's very fine too. But yeah, Chewy, you're just letting the oils do all the work for us, like this, just like this. I'm gonna just do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Here we are. So yeah, Chewy, that was the average, kind of an average workday. Was somewhere in the 12-ish hour range, mostly more like 16. That was really closer to the average. And of course, we were telling Nick so earlier that my last day off was in 1989. That was all, not joking there. That was the last day off that I had. Went from the academy, graduated from there on Friday, and by the next Monday morning was working at a computer graphics studio down the street on Michigan Avenue. So there was that one Saturday and Sunday that we had days off, and ever since, well, not quite so much. Not so much. Actually, maybe got through a little reflected light there too. Yeah, Julia, the one thing's for sure, that does, you develop techniques real fast like that. Yeah. And of course, constantly trying to find the time savings, the efficiencies. It's fine. I used to be glad just to find a, I don't know, 5, 10, 15% increase in efficiency. Then the oils came along, and then it was in double digits. Can paint something with the oils in 1/3 the time that it would take to do the exact same thing in acrylics. Now, here's the example. Here's our Faramir diorama. So that thing, that for various reasons had to be done with acrylics. Let's see, Broken Anvil wanted me to try their new acrylics, and I was doing that as a 3-part video series. It had to be dry so that I could actually do all the water effects and foliage, like as in minutes later. So no oils on that. And I've been able to do that with oils. I could have painted the whole thing on one, I don't know, maybe a 4-hour stream here max. That is just how efficient the oils are, because there's so much work that you do not have to do. Right here, 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, it was just a primer. And it was just some gray primer like this right here. Yeah, it was just primed gray like this. 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 39 seconds ago. Doesn't take very long. So By Lemon, to me, they are superior in every way. What I started to see as I kind of worked with them over the course of time was that the darks are darker, they're more luminous, and they're also more rugged. So this is kind of important because we're talking about army painting, right? Unless there's a little bit of shininess to say like a phthalo green or some kind of a color like that, I do not put any varnish on these things. It's not necessary with the oils. And so many other folks have found the same thing. They say, holy smokes, As I add some more Dirks here. Yeah, let's do this edge. So they're going to be far more durable. The oils are also far more economical, right? Because you could get this on Dick Blick for potentially $6 and some odd cents. And this will last you, your kids, their kids, and maybe their kids for about $6, $7, $8. Or for $8 or $9, you get a self-spilling jar of contrast paint, and it's like done in a week. Thanks, Nurgle Matthew. Let's see. Well, Chewy, what's interesting now? I have a bunch of videos. Oh, let me see. Can I grab this thing? Let me see if I can grab this here. I think I can. Okay. This is one of my tutorials right here. I think this is a white werewolf or something like that. White werewolf Terravan, I think. Because he was so symmetrical, I basically said down the middle, one half of him is going to be in, this is all done in oils, one half is non-metallic, the other half is true metallic. And it doesn't matter which half is which, because you got reflected colors, reflected light, whether it's metallic or not. You really, 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 really need to have those reflections. Now here's again another example of this. And well, this is both of these done with the oils. This is your true metallic here. You can see that we're reflecting this warmer grayish here onto our horse. And then you have the de facto sky color. Same thing here with the non-metallic metal, right? We have to reflect the ground. We have to reflect the horizon line, which is why you see towers and such reflected in the side here. You can see this red is reflected there. Why? Because there's this red thing hanging right over the top of it. Same thing over here, right? You got these little bits of red reflected. Red is reflected on the metal here. Why? Because there's red right next to it. That's really, truly important here. We've got our Sisters of Battle. Well, what's surrounding this? A green cloak. Even though this is gold, we better get a ton of green reflected on there. So just let the surrounding surfaces tell you, just let them say, all right, look, you need to do this here. Oh, let me see. And of course, where's another fun little example of that once again here? What about... So here again, we have... That's some distant torchlight that's reflected in the metal there. So that's kind of another little different thing that we can do. No, I think it's this one. Yeah. This is also true metallic. So you see that red that's reflecting on the helmet. Why? Because there's a red cloak right next to it. Same over here. See that red that's reflecting on the chainmail? Because there's, well, that red saddle right next to it. And I think you can even see it here. Now this is actually a non-metallic version of the same thing. Again, red reflections on the helmet, red reflections on the chainmail there. So to me, there is no difference between true metallic and non-metallic. They're the same thing. I don't treat them any differently. And of course, well, Chewy. Oh, thanks also for posting that too. So everybody, please check out what Chewy posted. Thank you so much, Arid. So Arid, we're still doing the lemon ginger tea. I think we're going to be needing that for, well, weeks to come yet. I kind of hoped that we were sort of past it, but it just, there's too many instances where we go to talk or something like that, and then things go a little bit haywire. Well, Chewy, hopefully there's going to be quite the measure of satisfaction involved. And I know it won't be the easiest thing necessarily to learn, but obviously having done 2D art for a long, long time, Everything had to be painted in basically non-metallic metal. So that was sort of a natural progression for me. And I know for other folks that don't have that experience, well, it's not going to be anything like that for them. So by limit, yes, we have. There's some options. There's some options that you have. So these interference colors, now these can be pricey. You can get interference powders, mix them with linseed oil and make your own, just like we made our own fluorescent paints, fluorescent powdered pigments, and linseed oil. Boom. Now, it could take me a little while to dig this out here, but there's also this is the iridescent pearl white. Any of my darker, like the indigo or my phthalo green or whatever, Prussian blue, if I mix that with this, that becomes metallic. So this, I use it as a metal medium. This is also my white. You do not use, here's my fast matte white. You don't use any of this because it's going to kill your metallic effect. And of course, you can just you can look through some of the past sessions on the channel here. They're all saved as highlights, and there's plenty of examples. Again, there was the gondolorians that we did here. Those are all metal. I think we have a picture of them here. Oh, where are they at? They're around here somewheres. There they are. So again, those are all done with metallics right there. And of course, so we talk about terrain, right? There's our building painted with the oils. The exact same oils that we use on our miniatures were just fine for that. Which that goes back to the whole idea of the oils are super resilient, super robust. Because terrain, well, that's got to be very robust, doesn't it? So we for sure want to be using a really robust surface for that. So Arid, I hope that gets easier for you. It's just bizarre, right? That it's almost like you think I'm at the finish line, and then you realize you're not in the stadium yet. And it's like, well, wait a second. Why is this not like brown with the little lane lines on it? It's because you're not even in the stadium yet. You're like, what the heck is going on here? Now I'm actually going to use this as a micro blending brush. See that? So we just plopped some color there, and then we just did the blend like so. Same over here. We just got this lighter color, just gonna that blend all by itself. So much easier. Let the oils do all that work. I mean, seriously, we all have enough stuff going on in our lives, and we're all a lot. You're working the full-time job. How much time do you really have to paint? Not that much. If you can save some time with the oils, that's fantastic. Now, for the folks that are newer to the oils, there'll be a learning curve because you'll have to learn how to apply less paint. The oils are really easy to apply to a miniature. The acrylics, by compared, let's say that the oils are a nice, that kind of sort of creamy restaurant butter. And by comparison, acrylics is sort of like peanut butter with gravel and glue mixed into it. That's why it's usually folks that are doing their first oil painted miniatures get way too much paint on there. And then eventually, less and less and less. Alright, Arid, you have yourself a good little break right there. Again, sorry that's been so difficult. There, a little bit of light right there. Now, this is another area down here. So we just, there's that hard line right there. I'm just going to take this brush. We're going to tap, tap, tap along the top half of that. And poof. Now, let's go back. I'm just going to maybe use our... That's all we really need is just the ultramarine there. We must have dark to show the light. Here, we must have dark to show the middle tone. That's what we just did there. A little bit of mid-tone suddenly made that lighter color look so much lighter. Now, what about... I think we'll use maybe this once again as a micro blending brush. See, we're just going to take that. That was basically just a dot of paint. Now it's not a dot anymore. We can even do that a little bit over here with our icon. We're just going to, again, do a little tap, tap, tap. Soften that up. Like so. Same over here. We got this blob of lighter paint that we're going to turn into more of a nice, gentle transition. So you got another one over here. Big old blob. Little tap, tap, tap. Pull that this way. Nice gradual blend. I think we need to do the same over here. There you are. I believe. Let me change this around here. No, for the oils, we're not using thinner to clean the brushes. We're using this, which, look at this advantage, also dried acrylics. Not hazardous, no vapors. So that's very handy, not terribly expensive. Your high quality thinner, this is it. That's a water bottle cap. That's all we're going to be using. Because again, that's just to thin the paint. That's not for cleaning the brushes. Don't want to be using that to clean your brush because it's not really going to clean it all that well. Brush cleaner, that stuff, that's going to clean out your brush pretty darn well. Again, blending brush here. See, we got a big old solid line, a little tap, tap, tap here. Turns that solid line into something much softer, doesn't it? Happens in no time flat. Maybe we should... it's about as dark as we can get. Can't really get that much darker there. What about this up here? There's a couple areas here. We either need to go darker or lighter. One or the other. I'm going to just put the dark here first. Maybe this middle tone might just do it. So by lemon, I have a tiny little container of the thinner. Mostly just to clean a little thing like this. When it comes to things like the filbert brushes, I just have more of them. Now, it might be different for you. You might only have just a few filbert brushes. But, for me, again, I'm going to have a whole bunch of filbert brushes. I'll just keep grabbing more of them. And then I have lots of craft brushes that I use. I'll just grab another craft brush instead of taking the time to clean it out. Usually it's at the end of the session. That's when I'll do the cleaning of the brushes. There are times I forget, though, and then the next day I look and say, oh, well, those brushes didn't get cleaned out. Now, so by lemon, depending on what colors you're using, something like an Egyptian violet or a phthalo green, those really intense colors like that, that was going to be a little bit more rigorous to clean. Believe it or not, this is a stupid little measuring cup. And I don't know if you can see, there's like some numbers that are sort of, the levels are just sort of in there, so it's a little bit of a bas relief. That's just enough texture for me to scrape the brush up against, and it actually does, it's just enough to actually clean off the brush. Now we'll throw this, that's our radiant violet right there, just real quick, boom. We'll throw a little bit on that side too. And again, 2 hours, 29 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. There was just primer, and again, just the Badger Stynylrez brushed on. I mean, you got an airbrush. You can airbrush it on if you want. I haven't. When's the last time I used my airbrush? Is it almost 2 years ago? Yeah, pretty soon it'll be 2 years ago. Just don't really need it with the oils. So yeah, it's been a long time since I last used the airbrush. Hey, there's surface tension painting. You'd almost think that it was 2:04 in the morning. Surface tension, how you doing? Of course, if you want to share any links in the chat, you know that's cool, so people can see that. Can using that blending brush right there. Straighten that out. Well, you know what? I think we'll get some of this indigo here, and also try to define that edges being a little bit darker. Like that. Well, this is another edge here that I'm just gonna have to just paint that in. So by lemon, there is no need for that because, and again, if you want to watch some others YouTube, actually, this is one of my more recent YouTube videos. Basically, I took the session here, kind of condensed it down to about 2 hours, so you can watch that. That's on the YouTube channel. If you watch the opening part of it, that's where we take those darker colors that we call staining. We put them on here. We wipe most of it away with the sponge. It basically acts sort of like a zenithal, except that we can mix with it when we take our filbert brushes and sort of do that lighter dry brushing over the top. So there's no need for the zenithal because you're already doing that with that what we call the pre-glaze. So yeah, by lemon, I'll never forget. I don't know, was it a month or two ago that Kathy said that word, and I'm like, what the heck does that mean? I'd never heard of it before. Uh, Obviously, we don't really do a whole lot of conventional wisdom here, if you want to call it that. We are not huge fans of conventional wisdom here, that's for sure. Everybody, please check out the link there. Is that the Mastodon? Yep, the Mastodon by Surface Tension Painting. Hey, Chris, nice to see you again. Yeah, Chris, it's kind of funny that I used to play 40K way back in the day, 4th edition, so we're talking about 2007-ish. But I stopped playing that a long time ago. But we were still doing lots of commission stuff for it. And then we even stopped doing that. Yeah, Grand Oracle. Oh, you know, Grand Oracle, remember we used to? Back in the day when I was still doing the airbrushy stuff. And then I realized, like you say, it's kind of like, well, if I'm doing the pre-glaze, why am I even bothering spending all this time to do that, right? It just makes no sense. So just like Grand Oracle was saying, you'll find it saves a whole bunch of time. Now, where's my blending brush? Here. There we go. Oh, also, too, the other little hidden advantage of the oils, you have all these hard-to-reach areas. Well, all I sometimes have to do is just stick a brush in there, move it around, and I just call it blind blending. So, yes, no need. And, of course, well, let's look at stuff like this here. Where did you go? These guys, those are all one-piece miniatures. There is no sub-assembly. So you're just going to have to get your brush into some really tricky places, and it's a lot easier with the oils. And of course, light grip on the brush. None of this death grip stuff. Nothing like this. Because all you're going to do is just wipe the paint right off of there. No death grip on the brush. Very light. And your body will be grateful. Especially if you paint for, well, more than just a few minutes. Your body's going to notice the difference. Your hand will, your shoulder will. Now here we're going to try and get a little bit more of our light here on the edge of this. There we go. And of course we've done a lot of bolt action stuff. I have 17 different armies that I've been working on, and that also done with the oils. I believe I've even painted some Flames of War stuff with the oils. And of course, tons of Lord of the Rings stuff. But then we also have the Armada stuff. What you just saw there with the Starfall Outriders, that's our Song of Ice and Fire. We have a ton of that on the channel here, also on the Patreon page. Boy, Grand Oracle, you know, it's, gosh, it's been forever since I've been able to watch one of Marco's videos. Oh, actually, Grand Oracle, is Marco, he's still using the Williamsburg, right? Because I remember he got some. I think he's still using it, right? So buy lemon, just like Grand Oracle was saying. So Marco does the oil painting. And then, of course, there's other streamers too. I know that Drax will sometimes use the oils. Unexpected will use the oils. Now, Steela Rebel, she was doing the oils, but Steela, boy, I haven't seen her streaming in forever. So there was a couple of other streamers also using the oils. That's where we were able to get some information on paint brands that obviously I can't get here, or that would be really expensive to get here. Boy, Grand Oracle, I wonder if he's tried as many other Pigment Violet 23s as we have here. I think I've tried, what, 3 other ones? And, of course, Egyptian Violet remains undefeated. Marco, it's Grand Oracle. I'm trying to think of the last thing I saw Marco post to Instagram. I think it was a week or two. Maybe was it earlier this week that Marco posted something? It was either earlier this week or late last week. Marco posted something to his Insta. Now, and again, sometimes it's a neat thing to find folks that, and there's so many folks that are newer to the oils that are now posting stuff. It can be really helpful to look at what they're doing, because in some ways, you know, they're not that far removed from your introduction to it. So that can sometimes be a bit of a handy guide to easing your way into the oils. Boy, Grand Oracle, that's why it's really a bummer that we can't be there, because I'm sure he's sitting there probably at Fort Wappel. Well, maybe not right now, since it's 2:12 in the morning. But that's the kind of thing that we really miss, obviously, is being able to do something like that, is just sort of hang out with Marco there. Westercat, how you doing? Nice to see you. Do I? You know, I'm going to just throw a little bit of this lighter again to get the reflected light working in there. Maybe over here too. Also down here, and instead of me again having to mix a color, what did I do? I just took the color that's on the brush and just brushed it in there. Look, we got reflected light. Thank you so much, Westercat. Appreciate that. Or Wassercat. Where's my blending brush? A little bit of tap, tap, tap there again. So we have just that hint of reflected light there. So Wassercat, the reflections could be other marines around him. Some of it is just light reflecting off of himself. So here, obviously, you would have this reflecting here. The ground is doing its own reflection. Light comes down, bounces off the ground, hits him. I have a couple of other examples here. Well, even here, right? So you have the reflection of light hits the shoulder there, but then it's going to bounce onto that. We have, well, reflected colors there. Same thing when we're doing, say, our object source lighting. And we've got, well, here, well, even something like this, where this is the source of the light. So we'll have these cool colors, but it's got to reflect this right that's right next to it, and we have some other examples here too that show that same idea. Well, here's our, again, we showed this one earlier. So the red, right? How can that red not reflect on his gold helmet? That helmet is shiny, just like his chainmail. How does that red on the saddle not reflect onto the gold there? Same thing here, right? We have that red reflected because there's not only is it in shadow, we have this big old cloak right over the top of it. So that is really vital to have those. Now, oh, here's the other advantage of the oils, of course. So we painted all these on stream. Well, we painted two of them on stream. Another was a series of videos. All of these really nifty blends. Are very easy to do this. Just slap the green on there. We had Terra Rosa in there. We had some Prussian blue in there. And it's so easy to get these really kind of fun, intricate, intertwining colors that are actually opposites too. Hey, Landrest, how you doing? So again, we've done. This is our own chapter that we did here. Very fun with that, and of course, well, here's Howling Griffins, and let's see, well, Thousand Suns, and of course, well, we 9 or 10 chapters worth. There's a White Scars. We did Black Templars, Salamanders, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Black Templars. So buy lemon. You would definitely want, well, staining ones for sure. So indigo, Prussian blue, phthalo green. Now you would really love to get the Egyptian violet by Williamsburg, but sometimes you can't necessarily. It's going to be a little bit pricier, for sure. But you'll want yourself some kind of equivalent like that. Terra Rosa is another one. We use that for rust. We use it for skin tone, pretty much everything. So Landrest, hopefully you saw yourself a nice little feature right there. I believe that M. Tellies is at Adepticon, right? So he won't be there this weekend at Shea Landrest. We need to catch it. There we go. Target that one down. Boom. Now back to our blending brush here. Just a little bit of tap, 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 and that there was just a whole bunch of hard edges right there. You'll also want something along the lines of, say, a brilliant yellow pale. Now these Gamlin Radiants here are also very nice because some of these, Indian Yellow is another one too, because if you were to take, say, that Brilliant Yellow Pale and the Indian Yellow, you can basically create a really nice version of, say, Cadmium Yellow without the price tag of Cadmium Yellow. There we go. So again, the list is very short. There's really only, I mean, you're pretty much seeing all the colors that I use here. Now, there are 9 different radiant colors of the Gamlin. If you're going to say, you know, I'm only going to do 3 to start out with, you would probably want the green, the violet, and the yellow. No, and the turquoise. Those are the 3. Green, violet, turquoise. Your next 3 would be the yellow, the magenta, and the blue. And then after that, the other ones, I don't really use those terribly often. The Radiant Lemon could be a substitute for Brilliant Yellow Pale. It's not precise, but it could be a substitute. So I'm really only ever using maybe 12, 13 colors tops, because the oils are all about mixing. That's where you save time, is just letting the oils do the mixing. There's no triads or anything like that with the oils. There is no, I've got 5 different reds. Like, no, we have one. Naphthol red. That is a nice one to have because, again, it is a cheaper alternative than the cadmium red. And just like Grand Oracle mentioned there, As we learned, that fast matte white, if you can get the Gamblin paints, that fast matte white it's a very nice alternative to the titanium white because it does not take anywhere near as long to dry. So yeah, the titanium white can take days to dry. This could actually be dry in hours. There's also the quick dry white, which it's not quite as fast as the fast matte, but still does pretty well. And again, Williamsburg paints, they're kind of my favorite. They are going to be the priciest, but you don't necessarily have to buy a whole bunch of Williamsburgs. And of course, there's also starter sets. Williamsburg does have a starter set if you get it on sale from Dick Blick. You can, because their starter set has genuine artist oils. Winsor Newton, Gamblin, those are student grade, which, I mean, they're usable, but there's a difference. There is a difference. Also, with the oils, I strongly recommend those color charts. Right, do these with your paint. Take maybe your lighter colors. It gives you a chance to see what they really look like. It also gives you a chance to see the consistency. You might even want to do this. Van Dyke Brown is another essential color because it's a nice dark color, has some staining properties. This is just Van Dyke Brown Brilliant Yellow Pale. Do a value study like this. That way you don't have to struggle with, oh my gosh, do I need this color, that color? All you're doing is just really worrying more about light and dark. So Wassercat, no need to worry about that. The oil paints themselves don't have any. I use very high quality odorless thinner, and this is all it is. It's just a water bottle cap right there. So no fumes or anything like that. My brush cleaner is also usable for acrylics. Kathy used to use this for her acrylics all the time. Not hazardous, no vapors. Let's say, alright, yes, I got a little paint on my finger here. Dish soap. Dish soap in about 40 seconds and all that stuff is gone. You could even get away with using dish soap to clean your brushes. If you can't get your hand, I mean, there's just so many brush cleaners out there. So yes, not using the thinner as a brush cleaner. So by Lemon, that's another thing that, again, I have on the Patreon page. They're called Color Theory and Oils. So some of them we're trying to compare, like this was comparing two different burnt umbers, Winsor Newton and Williamsburg. As you can see, there's differences. That one's almost more of a red. That one's much more neutral. You also want to be able to see how opaque is a color, how strong is a color. You can see this Sevres blue is really strong. Look at that. It's overpowering every other color here. I mean, it's completely overpowering it. That means it's a very strong, intense color. There are other colors that are not like that. Well, actually this. Even though this is a Williamsburg, you can see that the white kind of comes back way over here. This is nowhere near as opaque or intense a color as that Sevres blue. Even though it's a nifty color, you can see that the white is, look at that, the white's all the way over here. Whereas Sevres blue is pretty much exactly the opposite. So yeah, surface tension painting, boy, in the early days, wow, it was difficult in the early days. Ironically enough, because there were some folks, let's just say they had vested interest in acrylic paint lines, and they were kind of trying to spread all of those rumors actively, which is unfortunate that that was happening, but we had to fight against that until so many people started using the oils and streaming with them. Not just using them, but streaming with them. Eventually it was, well, those rumors didn't hold up anymore, right? Because so many people were using the oils and saying, no, that doesn't happen. So Winsor Newton, again, has starter sets. Gamblin has one, what is it called? Gamblin 1980 or something. So these are their student grade. So it says Winton, still Winsor Newton, but again, those are student grade. Whereas their regular artist oils look a little bit more like this. So by lemon, definitely avoid those Optilon paints. We've we've also learned over the course of time that there are certain paints that you avoid at all costs, and the Optilons are definitely among them. They're slimy, they're nasty, they're super glossy. They take forever to dry, and by forever I mean weeks. Oh my god. I think the oil brushers, which came afterwards, were sort of, they fixed a lot of the things that were wrong with the Optilon paints. But oof, those are brutal. Now, I used them, I think, on one stream and one tutorial video and never touched them again. Yeah, surface tension, there. You're not. That's not a joke, right? Surface tension. There were painters that said that the paint rag, if you put something in the garbage can, it'll spontaneously combust. It's like, are you serious? You know what's more likely to spontaneously combust? A paper towel filled with bacon grease. That is more likely to catch fire in your garbage can than a paper towel with a tiny bit of oils on there. And like Grand Oracle was saying, the Perlene Black and the Indigo, those are fantastic to have. Now, every paint brand is different. So the Williamsburg Indigo is different from the Winsor Newton Indigo, which is different from the Gamlin Indigo. That's why I recommend the color charts, because that's one way to see what they actually look like. So Wasserkit, it's going to depend on if you're using cadmium colors. Well, you're going to be waiting a while for those to dry. That's for reasons of expense and other things. I dropped those because I didn't want people to have to invest in cadmium paints, which are just, again, they're expensive. I love them. They're fantastic stuff, but they tend to be kind of out of people's price range. But this guy right here, he should be dry by this time tomorrow night for sure. Now, again, people that are new to oils, just by the nature of things, they're going to put way more paint on there than is necessary, so it's going to take it longer to dry. The more experience you have with the oils, the less time it takes to dry. Again, using the micro blending brush. See that little bit of dark there? What is that doing? See this right here? See that dark? That is now reflected over here. So by limit, all of the paints, all they are, whether they're acrylics, watercolors, oils, all they are just powders. They're pigment powders. That's how they begin life. It just depends what you mix with them. So for oils, obviously linseed oil, safflower oil, even walnut oil, that's what's going to make it an oil paint. Whereas watercolors, they'll mix glycerin, and I think there's one other element or one other component that goes into watercolors. Yeah, surface tension, the Perlene Black, that was a favorite of mine, and that used to be a printer's ink. So here's an example. That Perlene Black, it's a dark green that surface tension just made mention. For many, many, many years, that was a printer's ink. And then it became a paint color. Prussian blue was the very first artificial color that was ever developed. So that's a kind of an interesting little story behind it there. Cobalt blue, cadmium colors, cerulean blue. Basically, they're colors based on, well, heavy metals, which are expensive. Just kind of like your rare earth magnets, right? That's that metal that goes into those is kind of pricey. So even just a few tiny little rare earth magnets are going to cost you some coin just because of the metal that goes in them. So that's why we've found some other substitutes that are, again, a little less pricey. Now, Sevres blue is actually a less pricey version of cerulean blue, and it's actually a better color. Boy, Grand Oracle. Now, of course, there are cadmium substitute. Here we go. So these, I got these. They've are very close to regular cadmium paints. They're cadmium free. However, they're the same price as cadmium paints. And it seems like they still take a while to dry. But like we've been talking about, say that that Fanchon red, you get yourself that, you sort of have yourself a nice cadmium red. Let's say you get the Severus blue. Well, that's a nice substitute for cerulean blue. Hey, Nate's Miniatures, how you doing? Oh, there we go. See, Grand Oracle just mentioned it. Well, glad that you're back at the Shea Landrast. So Landrast, hopefully you'll still be able to have some fun times this weekend. Yeah, Nate's, it's kind of wild, right? What goes into those and the that grinding process and all the different things. All right, surface tension. Thanks for being here, and have a nice walk with the hound. And surface tension, you want to post your stuff one more time before you head out the door. And actually, and Grand Oracle, if you wanted to post your link too, I know you got your Instas there that you can post. Let me see. No. I'm gonna take the. No, we're just gonna. Can't get that. There was too much of the indigo in there. I need more of. There we go. The straight up ultramarine blue. The touch of that. Actually, buy lemon. What's interesting, you should mention, we do something here called film noir. And actually, I've done painting videos, entire painting videos like this. So, boom, there goes all the color. There's no yellows, there's no grays, blues, anything. There's just the value there. That's why I suggested that value study, because watch this. Value study, and then the marine we've been working on. Let's bring back our color right here. There you go. So value, right? There was value here, there was value here, but now we're adding those color contrasts. Now let's go to something, say like this. So object source lighting, right? We got these warm yellow oranges here, the cooler reddish, cooler greenish grays. You can see from here. There, watch what happens when we do this. The object source lighting practically disappears. Because it's not so much about light, it's about color and color temperature and color saturation. Saturated orange, a warm orange. Desaturated greenish gray. So what you could do there, lemon, what you can do is on your palette you can arrange your colors. You say, okay, I'm going to have my blues over here, my reds over there, my yellows over here. So they're just positioned on your palette. And that way you can just say, okay, warmer colors here, cooler colors over here. Maybe more saturated colors here, saturated colors over there. Now, hey, Gimme, how you doing? So Gimme, we really don't use too much black. Really don't use a whole bunch of that. So Van Dyke Brown would be the darkest color that I have. I mean, we have that Mars black, but even then we're typically mixing that with something else. Yeah, but again, a value study thing like that, it could be kind of handy. Could be handy. Let me see. Now, Grand Oracle, again, I know you had all those swim meets there. That was cutting into the painting time just a bit. Doing the officiating there. So yeah, buy lemon. That's another thing you could do is just sort of arrange your palette so that you have those. Again, maybe you stick all the warms on one side, and of course Always be constantly aware of that color contrast. Warm versus cool, saturated versus unsaturated. That is why we did this. Is another one of my tutorial videos on the Patreon page. You have a cool green here, saturated. Super warm green, also saturated here. I mean, you could almost call it a dead green. It's very desaturated. When we do this, there's still plenty of value difference between all three areas, but you don't have cool, warm, or saturated, unsaturated anymore. They're just, everybody thinks of contrast as just light versus dark. That's one of them. There's basically like 6 more. And those other ones are kind of sneaky. They're sneaky, cheeky contrast. Speaking of which, I'm going to go straight up with blue here. Yes, I'm actually going to take blue, and I'm actually going to paint some blue right here on the gold surface. Why? Because there's this blue right next to it. If this is shiny, is there some kind of like magical anti-shine scotch guarding on this or something like that that doesn't that just eliminates the reflectiveness there? So Wassercat, since the oils are not drying inside the ferrule like acrylics do, I know Grand Oracle mentioned this earlier, they're actually better for your brushes because they won't dry in there. Oil paints make my brushes last several times longer than if I'm using acrylics, because again, what destroys brushes is paint getting down inside here. Since the oils don't dry fast enough to do that, you don't have to worry about that. I've also had some brushes that I was going to throw away. I used to use them with oils, and all of a sudden it was like they were practically new again, because the oils were almost a bit like shampoo and conditioner on the brushes. So it actually sort of revived them a little bit. Now here's again some reflection here on the muzzle of this bolter. So again, the oils will actually save your brushes and maybe even sort of recondition them a bit. The acrylics are brush destroyers. And again, I was just doing this. This was a 3-part video series. That's all painted with acrylics. I don't know how many times I put a little bit of paint on my brush, and by the time I got it to the miniature, it was dry. Whereas here, I mean, I've got, yeah, there's oil paint on the end of that brush. I don't care. I'm not even going to bother with it till the session here is over, and then I'll just clean it up then. Not quite something you can do with the acrylics, because again, well, even here, this little bit of paint on the brush, I would not be sitting here just holding it like this, going da 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 da, not actually putting it on the surface if that were acrylic. Well, it's the reason why I don't do acrylic on stream anymore. Because if we have things like raids or something like that, I'm trying to do a little demo, it's very, very difficult to do that and have the paint drying on the brush as I'm speaking. So yes, that's the other nifty thing about the oils, is that they actually save your brushes instead of destroying them. It was a surprise to me. It's just something that I learned as I was working with the oils. Now, oils on miniatures, I started doing that, gee whiz, almost 7 years ago now. However, I've been painting with the oil paints. Here's some of my old 2D art. Now, these are actually some watercolors right here we're going to start out with. Those are on hot press watercolor board, basically the same surface we use now for our new paintings. We got some pastels showing up here. Unfortunately, don't do the pastels anymore. That's actually an acrylic right there. Recognize that. We did that scene in oils. Now, this is an oil painting I did when I was 13 on a piece of masonite. I had very little idea what the heck I was doing because, well, I was 13. I was very clueless. I wish I knew then than what I know now, because it would have taken a lot less time. Oh my goodness, that took forever. Felt like it was going to take my natural lifetime to finish that, but now, of course, we could slam through that thing in no time because we've learned to take full advantage of the oil paints. And that's something that's going to happen for you too. It's not necessarily going to happen right away. You also don't want to do, well, let's put it this way. I don't suggest that something like this be your very first oil painted miniature. I would suggest something a whole lot simpler, something with a cloak, a wizard or something. Well, yeah. I mean, even something like this, something simpler, something smaller. Now, so buy lemon, that can mean several different things. Now, the more common usage would be something like this, where there's a little bit of thinner on the brush. So that's actually paint that's a little bit more liquid than the previous layer, which was obviously a little bit less. But thin could also mean that sort of dry brushing technique that we do, especially at the beginning. So that would be considered paint that's thinner because there's not that much paint on there. Okay, and the more common thing is there's a little more thinner in it than, say, the other layer. Now, it doesn't have to be pin line wash versus right out of the tube thick. One could have 20% thinner, the other one could have something like 60% thinner. So either way, and that's just something that I learned over the course of using the oils, that wow, it doesn't necessarily have to just be, okay, I added some thinner to make it more liquid. It could just be doing a dry brush. Now, I know Grand Oracle, it's super helpful. It's super helpful because, well, that's what we love about other folks using the oils. Because, me saying it is one thing, but when you can come in there and say, well, that's what I found out myself too, that is super helpful. That's what's been great about the Twitch stuff. Because, like I said before, I was alone. There was no other eyewitnesses to it. So, Grand Oracle, when you offer that testimony there, that's perfect. So much appreciated. It really does help, especially for folks that are new to it, right? And maybe a little bit of assurance that just because you're newer to it doesn't mean that it means automatic struggle. And actually, Grand Oracle sometimes, well, you've heard me say several times, right, that there'll be a little bit of a question stream back and forth, and I'll say, you know what, maybe there should be a video on that. So there's been several tutorial videos on the Patreon page that originated as a discussion here. Yeah, Grand Oracle, well, they have their way, right? And it's their way, and they don't want to mess with it. It's understandable. But boy, for commission stuff, Grand Oracle, and you're sitting there telling them, look, time is money. You could be saving time with these. So yeah, Vastercat, that's the pre-glaze where we put on those darker colors. We wipe away some of it, sometimes more, sometimes less, with the sponge. And that's what sort of forms that, what we call just basically a working zenithal, something that we can actually use. Whereas, again, most other zenithal priming, well, all you're going to do is just paint over it. Especially since the oils are opaque, you will just be painting over it again. So, again, that's a reason why we don't bother with that particular step. So, Buy Lemon, I have not had a chance to play it yet. Obviously, I don't even have full armies. Now, where's my... Oh, here he is. I still haven't had a chance to assemble this unit here. I've got the the cataphracts. Haven't had a chance to assemble that unit yet. Now, actually, by Lemon, do you know of any good battle report YouTube channels where I could? Because that's where I've learned to play so many games. I learned how to play. Well, actually, it's how I learned how to play Bolt Action. It's how I relearned Lord of the Rings. It's how I learned how to play War of the Ring, Armada. So if there's any good YouTube video battle report things for Conquest, if you could fill me in, that would be fantastic. So Wasserket, it's not like that. It's definitely not like the contrast paints. There's not anywhere near that much liquid. There's some, just to kind of help it flow a little bit, get down into the crevices. But it's more like taking one of these beat up old crop brushes and just sort of jamming the paint on there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my guns.
Oh, thank you so much, Stokes. I appreciate that. We will welcome our newest little hobbit in there. He's like, dude, not fighting the demon prince for you. I still would say he's a Balrog. I mean, maybe he is kind of a demon, though. He's like, dude, so you're just going to stand out on that bridge there, huh? It's like, well, I mean, yeah, why not? What could possibly go wrong? It's like, spoiler alert. He ain't going to make it. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Actually, Real Denethor Ivory Black is one of those slower drying colors. The Mars Black and even the Black Spinel, for whatever reason, seem to just dry a whole lot faster. Boy, I'm trying to... Real Denethor, I'm trying to think the last time I used Ivory Black was on some... Oh, good grief. It was on some kind of a color theory and oils video or something like that. Hey, Space Toy. Yeah, unfortunately, Space Toy, no Adepticon for us for obvious reasons. It's a bummer because we've literally never missed one since 2007. We would really like to, even, just the events of the last several weeks kind of even reduced the not just us being there, but if we could be there, it's only going to be for literally minutes, maybe. Alright, well, Grand Oracle, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And now I guess I'll be streaming on Friday, but hopefully it's supposed to be earlier, a much earlier time. So Grand Oracle saves 50%. For me, it's like a 75% savings, maybe even 80%, because there's so much that is done with the, well, even here. Okay, where's that blending brush again? So over here, tap, 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 all smooth like an airbrush. That's it. You just cannot do that with the acrylics. You have to do a bunch of glazes, a bunch of layers. With the oils hashtag, no layers. So yeah, Space Toy, definitely a bummer, and especially now seeing everybody's posts that are there, doing all the stuff that we would normally be doing there. Yeah, like Grand Oracle says, you can get rid of things. Something doesn't go quite the way you want it to, like here. That was getting a little bit too light. So I just chucked that darker color on there. And we'll take our little blending brush. And we'll just push that together. That saves so much time. Same thing over here. We're going to take that. Those two. I'm just doing that sort of blending by itself. Hey there, Heinwelters. Nice to see you again. Happy Friday. And should something happen that you don't like, again, you could take the blending brush, wipe that away. So many different solutions. Take this. Here, now, this is very much a dry brush. There is very little liquid on this brush at all. Because if there was a bunch of liquid there, most likely all it's going to do is take away the paint that's already there. We're looking to add something to it, not looking to take it away. We're also pushing around some of the paint there. So actually by lemon, the ones that I'm most interested in, uh, like remember you heard me just say I learned bolt action. It was a tabletop battle. Sven and Anders, crazy Norwegian guys. What they would do is they would say, okay, instead of just okay, I'm going to roll this, I hit. They would say, here's the modifiers. +1 for this, +1 for that, -1 for this, -1 for that. Then they would roll, and they would actually talk about the chart that they were going to use. It was fantastic. That's how I learned it. So anything that's sort of a, what would you call it, like a learning sort of a channel, that would be super. So unfortunately, Heinwelters, I'm not familiar with the never-ending story, so I don't know what that is. Well, Space Toy. Now, is that going to be? Is it going to be a? No, it's not like a Monte San Savino kind of event, is it? Or is it going to be more of a? Probably not a Games Workshop event. So again, didn't read nonfiction. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? Actually, I'm gonna get me some of this right here. How you doing there, Mikey? Nice to see you. Thanks so much for the clip there, Bisron. Much appreciated. So, as we like to inform folks here, even though this channel is basically the walking Silmarillion, I've never read the Lord of the Rings books. Yet, I know more about the First and Second Age than a lot of folks that have actually read those books. That's just research and such. And being able to tell movie Denethor from book Denethor, which are very, very different, super different, right? Denethor, book Denethor is you could almost say nothing like movie Denethor. Although movie Denethor is very tough because he could run about 12 miles on fire, so that's very impressive. So Heinwelters, what might be a better idea is just to send me a picture on Instagram because I can't see that. If you post something in the chat, I won't be able to look at it myself. But if you just shoot me a message via the Instas or something like that, that I could actually see and be able to proffer some advice there. Yeah, Chewy, speaking of chewing, he really, and now this is the other thing. This is the other thing that was a little bit, okay, where did that food come from? So the Pelennor Fields was not just some blank bit of grass. And well, here, we'll show you, we can illustrate it. So notice that big thing of grass there. Well, first of all, the Ramus Icor was in between Osgiliath and Minas Tirith. So there's a big wall there, like a 5-mile long wall there. So that's in between this and Minas Tirith. Inside that wall, farms, villages, you name it. That's where all the food came from. And of course, Space Toy, one of my favorite characters, obviously not in the movies. That's, of course, in the books. That would be Prince Imrahil. That would be one of my favorite characters from the books that is not, sadly, in the movies. So yeah, Grand Oracle, it's like, I'm not quite sure what it was. Maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was comic relief. I don't know. I don't know. Oh gosh, yeah, you know what? Let's get a little bit more of our light here. 1 second here. Let me just do this so that we don't have a restart in the middle of this here. So let's not do this. There we go. Okay. Computer was just about to restart itself. We managed to halt that before it happened. Just a yeah, this. Oh, by the way, this is basically it's a shoulder pad on top of a shoulder pad. I just remembered that. That's where we're going to come back here to get there. We are. We need that right here. And then, of course, things like the kin slaying, the kin strife, the Osgiliath was in ruins long, even before the War of the Ring. So yeah, Osgiliath was in bad shape a long time before that. And of course, real Denethor, you've got characters like, and this is ironic because there's going to be a movie in 2024, War of the Rohirrim, that's going to cover Helm Hammerhand. So yes, Helm Hammerhand is going to be in an animated movie that's coming sometime in 2024. So Elites actually had a chance to visit in New Zealand there. Now, that would be fun to do Edoras. I'm pretty sure that Loki, right, Bithron, didn't Loki go to, or Zorpazorp, I guess I should say. But Zorpazorp, he went there. I think he tried to paint a miniature there, didn't he? Chewie, we actually did paint. Oh, we painted a Glorfindel. Oh, do we have him sitting around here somewhere? I might just have. I think this is it. Yeah. I believe this is the new Glorfindel, right? We painted him up on stream. That was very fun. So, Monster Cat. Again, I would suggest something like that. Maybe get more used to the oils before you do something that has a lot of small little details. The key is going to be, as always, less paint, not piling on that paint. The other thing that's kind of key, Monster Cat, is to actually work on multiple figures at once. Because if you go back to any one of these things, I did not paint the icons on the shoulder pads right after doing the blue. What I did was I gave that almost 45 minutes just to sit there and set, and I moved to another area. So that's going to be important. If you just keep hammering away at the same area, all you're going to be doing is just wiping away the paint. So that's going to be another really important thing. Again, I do suggest multiple figures, or while you're working on this, if you don't have another one to paint, maybe you prep some other figures, something like that. So Chewie, that would be the not-so-secret city of Gondolin. Yes, the not-so-secret city of Gondolin. I think also, too, didn't he push the Balrog into... and, of course, we are all Gothmog, right, Chewie? See you later there, Mikey. I hope you have yourself a good morning there. Yeah, it's 2:57 here. I hope you have a really good morning there. So yes, painting multiple figures at one time is a really good idea. What's weird is that the oils, you almost need to slow down, because the oils, you'll get ramped up so fast that you'll end up going a little too fast. Working on multiple figures slows you down just enough. And again, you start out with that pre-glaze. You're working on the whole figure all at once. You're not working on one tiny part of it. So Monster Cat, and I always tell people, yeah, that's if you're starting a brand new army, that is not the place to start with the oils. Place to start with the oils is on individual miniatures, because every single color is different. The Egyptian violet doesn't act anything like, say, the Van Dyke brown. It doesn't act anything like the Phthalo green, which doesn't act anything like the Naphthol red. They are all very different consistencies. And you'll want to kind of want to learn the consistencies of each one so that you know what you can rely on. Like Terra Rosa, super opaque color, super multifaceted. We can use it for rust, right? We also use it for skin tones. That's kind of one of my basic skin tones. The same thing that I use for rust is also the same thing that I use for skin tones. Thank you so much, Sharp Balloons, everybody. Please also give Sharp Balloons a follow.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Wally, for that follow. I appreciate that. And Makui Gandalf also appreciates that. He says, so you're sure you don't know where the blue wizards are?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Just because I wear blue, you think I'm a blue wizard? It's like, I don't know. Again, can you use that gun to help me kill the Balrog? Demon Prince, not a Balrog. Thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate that, Sharp Balloons. Julie and Ogre Beano. Green Beano, how are you doing? On Retro Roadshow. Yeah, Space Toy, it's crazy right now. It's less, it's so much less so than it used to be. So RC Maniac, yes, actually, believe it or not, oh look, this was printed on a Sonic Mini 4K. Actually, this was a combo of the simple smoky black and the gray. My preference is for the gray. It's for the gray. And we have a bunch of other things that we have painted that's also 3D printed. So again, here is, sometimes we'll work on something like a bust, also 3D printed. Here's a Lost Kingdoms miniature. Elevator going up. Lost Kingdoms is kind of notorious for these really tall, very gentle figures like that. RC Maniac, I have an FDM. Believe it or not, I've still never had a chance to use it yet. An old Ender 3, which is like a museum piece. Now, Flava Fade, how are you doing? This is another 3D printed. So here, okay, let's compare. Poor Alex the Cave Troll here. This is an old metal figure from GW. This, I was able to prep this and assemble this and paint most of it and the time it took to assemble him, because metal pieces that don't fit together well, he's like, hey dude, it's not my fault, man. This was a one-piece print from Davale. So again, one-piece print or lots of green stuff and glue. Lots of green stuff. Oh, and again, we love our 3D printing, right? Because this is also a 3D print. So instead of having to assemble a 50,000-year-old GW Dull Amaroth kit, printed this out, and again, lots of variety there too. With Sharp Balloons, the object source lighting really is a blast, whether it's literally part of the miniature or sometimes it's off camera. Both of these are 3D printed. This is from Archvillain. We absolutely love Archvillain miniatures. Here we got some more that we can show you here. There's there we go. Absolutely love the Archvillain stuff. I think we have some more over here too. Those are also from Archvillain. You can tell we like our Egyptian stuff as well. And again, lots of object source lighting. This is all 3D printed. Actually, that was done, well, probably on an Ender 3, that terrain piece there. Not mine, though. Station Forge Retro Roadshow. I haven't seen them before. Okay, that's actually Space Toy. If you wanted to post links of your painted stuff in the chat there, go ahead and do so. Let's see. Where is... Oh, here's some more. Absolutely love the Archvillain stuff. All this stuff painted on stream. All this stuff painted on stream. Here's some more. Again, 3D printed stuff. Those are from Highland Miniatures. They do a lot of great stuff. We also do a lot of Armada stuff. Lots of Armada stuff. Now we also paint 2D art here, and we can show you some of those as well. We also do sculpting on the channel. Here, let's get back to our regular scene. Well, how appropriate would this be? Here, let's show this. And our Sauron. So this painted on stream. Also this. He says, ate that burrito, followed it up with mini wheats and chocolate covered raisins. No wonder they call it the crack of doom. Thank you so much, Flava Flayed. I appreciate that follow. Now, of course, where's our Megaceld right here? There's our Megaceld.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
And along, thank you so much, Oh Green Beano. I appreciate that. And along comes Gandalf, and he says, "Well, let me see. If they don't take my stick, I can stick it in
Hello,
Theoden's
little
face,
hobbits.
and then there won't
Spark
be any more
my
influence
gun.
from Grima. Ah, that pesky Grima. Thank you so much, Rose Dark, for that follow. I appreciate that." Grima says, "You know what? That Eowyn, she's not as nice as people think. She broke up with me by Palantir. And I hate those things because the keyboard app on those really stinks." So yes, we also paint in 2D. We also do terrain. We also do some terrain. So here again is oh, look at that, some fabulous Rohan terrain. Oh, there's our windmill. Yes. Oh, and there's our archery range. And here's again, we love doing terrain. We love doing everything. We do it all on the stream here. No problem. No problem there, Space Toy. Oh, thanks, Retro Roadshow. Appreciate that. Flava Flav. Actually, this is all of this stuff is painted with traditional oils out of the tube, and we definitely mean that. Here, where's my ultramarine blue here? Right out of the tube. All of that stuff that you saw, Tyranids would be fantastic with the oils for sure. And of course, well, again, whatever you're doing, whether it's something that has object source lighting on it, or we also make our own fluorescent paints. Yes, we made our own homemade fluorescent
Hello,
oils.
little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Tenebrism. I appreciate that. And along comes Ganem and he says, "Ooh, yeah, Aragorn's looking for you guys." He's like, "Huh, seriously? He thinks we're going to go out on that water and go after the pirates, huh?" He's like, "Well, yeah, you're kind of dead, you know." It's like, seriously, you think I'm getting wet? No way, baby. I'll just break that oath again. Yeah, and we also do puppet shows here. A little bit of theater, just a bit of theater. So we love our object source lighting, especially for our army. Where's our more? There we go. Oh, thank you so much, Julie. Appreciate the follow. So there's our Moria with our Balrog all painted up on stream. Now look, here's our Dunlendings. Again, Rohan in flames, right? So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Here, we'll get,
Hello, little hobbits.
there you
Spark
go.
my gun.
Artisan Guild. Actually, RC Maniac, we love Artisan Guild. Absolutely love it. Look at this. Actually, this is one of their earlier sculpts. This is Wappelius Spellbrush right here. So yeah, Artisan Guild is fabulous. We love Artisan Guild a lot. In fact, here's a whole bunch of Artisan Guild miniatures. There we go. This is one of their older releases, obviously, but absolutely love Artisan Guild stuff. Fantastic. Painted a ton of their figures, for sure. Let's see. Oh, Monster Mini Mayhem. Love those guys. We've actually painted some trolls that are perfect Lord of the Rings trolls by them. This is another mini Monster Mayhem right here that we've done on stream. Oh, no problem, Julie. Actually, clay cyanide. This is a clay cyanide right here. And now, actually, I painted some more. Oh, we did a. Let's see, where is. Here it is. So, yeah, it's a clay cyanide right there. We painted a bunch of those on stream. I haven't done any Dragon Trapper Lodge yet, sadly. Haven't had a chance to do those. Cast and Play, haven't had a chance to do any of those. Actually, I haven't had a chance to do Photosmint either. Oh, White Werewolf. That's this guy right here. So this is White Werewolf. Now, actually, this was a tutorial video. Half of this is painted in true metallics. The other half is painted in non-metallic. It's all oils. But yes, we basically split them down the middle. One half is
Hello,
one.
little hobbits. Spark my
One
gun.
half is the other. Thank you so much, Brian, also for that follow. That is appreciated. Thank you so much. Boy, Retro Roadshow,
Hello,
I
little
don't know.
hobbits. Spark my
I guess it just that how they figure they can monetize it. I think that's how it works with their business model. Boy, you think we're gonna run out of Gandalfs, huh? Think again. This is also 3D. Actually, this one might be from Photosmint. This could be from Photosmint. Speaking of which, that I think this one is. This I didn't print this one out myself. Someone printed this out, or maybe somebody gave me this file from. I think this is from Photosmint right here. So it could be that we actually have painted one. So surface tension finally got that dog walked. Thank you so much, Asmo. Appreciate that, Asmo. Thank you so much. Okay, so RC glad that I actually did one of those. Now, we also paint non-3D printed stuff. Again, this is some of our Armada stuff here. We've actually painted kind of a fair number of Conquest miniatures too. So all of these, again, painted on stream. Now, they're really, really fun, I have to say. Oh, let me see. So thanks again, Asma, and appreciate the clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that clip. And well, speaking of GW, this is another GW modified, actually with 3D printed wings. These are from Lost Kingdoms. The wings are from Lost Kingdoms, and then this is one of the almost it's Song of Ice and Fire. This is one of the Warcry beasts right there. So thank you so much, Surface Tension Painting. Actually, I'm going to grab me a little bit of this here lemon ginger tea. Like so, because, well, reasons. Oh, and also, too, 3D printed stuff. Look at these basing bits. So Make It Epic is one of my favorites, I'll have to say, because whether it's these birch trees, these type of trees, and here let me see if we can find. Here's a whole nother. Look at all these. So those are all 3D printed trees from Make It Epic basing. So this Faramir diorama, more Make It Epic stuff. The two dead orcs, those are from Printing Goes Ever On. The Faramir figure on top, that is from Diwali, right there. So yeah, absolutely love the 3D printed stuff as far as all kinds of really spectacular bits. Now here's a new series I'm going to be doing. These are also from Make It Epic basing here, these blade crystals. Yeah, Chewy, actually, I saw actually oh gosh, it might have been White Wolf Tavern. Has a really nice sort of a Sphinx type of figure that was really spectacular. Now we're going to get some more of our darks down in here. Now, 3 hours, 37 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was just primer. So this is 3 hours and 37 minutes. The freehand, all of the different, the rust effects here, all of the non-metallic. Again, 3 hours, 37 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. So Wasserkit, actually, yes, I've actually printed out a bunch of them just over the last week to use for some painting videos. So we actually have done several of those. Here's some more of our, all of these painted on stream. Ooh, this is it right here. Check this out. Check this out. So this is also from Make It Epic Basing. Palm trees, palm leaves. The texture on the base, that was all Daz Air Dry Clay that I sculpted myself. But all of the trees, Make It Epic Basing. So here's another example. Oh, this is actually the Printing Goes Ever On. Near Harad. So that's again Daz Air Dry Clay sculpted on the base there. Let's see. So impact and caps, and this is actually just printed again on a Sonic Mini 4K, which is nowhere near. Obviously, they're pretty much there's almost 10K right now, so that's a pretty old printer. But yes, you're not really going to see any of the printer lines. Instead of things like the FDM style prints where, well, you'll see the layer lines in those. Now some of the newer printers may be a little bit less. Maybe just a bit less. There we go. Here, and so we're gonna take our blending brush here. That I saw a little bit of an edge. We just took that away. All I had to do was a little tap, tap, tap. That's all it took. Same over here. A little bit of an edge there. A little bit of a tap, 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 and that just disappears. Yeah, Retro Roadshow. Wow, when I first started, it was an old Elegoo Mars with a color screen. You can guess what happened to that color screen. Yeah, that died
No,
pretty darn
little
quick.
hobbits, spark my goblet.
Thank you so much, Tiny Bubbles, for that follow. Gandalf really appreciates that. But who knows? You never know who you're going to see here on the channel. Because you might see the other old white wizard. He's like, huh, Barad-dûr, Steel Man, try knocking this down. Yeah, how did that work out for you, Sauron? Yeah, Barad-dûr got knocked down like twice. This? How about never? So here's our Sauron figure also painted on stream. Retro Roadshow, that was the other... well, there just wasn't the space to set up the Ender 3 and then the other printing stuff. And since I can make terrain myself, especially now that I can 3D print the doors and windows. Boy, now Space Toy, have you had to replace the screen on there at all? I mean, that was sort of an option, but I just ended up getting the Sonic Mini 4K. So RC Mania can confirm that Gandalf Buzz is from Photosmint. Thanks, RC. Appreciate that. I completely forgot. I mean, again, it's not like I wouldn't want to get more of their stuff. Now, my focus tends to be on things that I know that I can use for tutorial videos. I like Loot Studios because they'll have a 32 mil, a 72 mil, and then a bust version of the same thing, which is really handy for tutorial vids. So there were other. It's weird, of all the things, right? Space Toy to not have to replace is the one that you would have assumed you'd have to. But of course, well, we all know what the first three letters in assume are, and you don't want to be one of those. Yeah, I would love to be able to print stuff out on the Ender 3, especially the more organic terrain, like some of those really nifty elven buildings that you see. That's something that I would like. Now, see here, we had to wait on this. So we were talking earlier about patience. Don't be hasty. Seriously. Don't be hasty, little hobbits. Are you an orc? It's like, do I really look like a green skin? It's like, I don't know. I forgot my Claritin. You all smell alike to me. You all smell like orcs. So an Ent is allergic to the forest. This is a really weird universe here. So thank you so much, Magical Hack. Everybody, please give Magical Hack a follow if you can. Thanks for the raid, Magical Hack. And of course, if you want to share anything that you were painting or work in progress stuff in the chat, feel free to go ahead and do so. Boy, Space Toy, I'm trying to think. Believe it or not, mine began right around this time in 2020. So yeah, it's almost 3 years practically to the day, because basically because, well, things were happening at the time and shipping was getting really expensive. They said, you know what, it would be cheaper for me to get you a printer and have you print my files than for me to print them and send them to you. So that is actually when my printing journey was started. Yeah, Denethor, is it the gene splicing that makes them a little less scented? Also, I don't know. And their breathing apparatus, I guess. So thank you so much, Magical Hack. Appreciate that. And again, everybody give Magical Hack a follow. Here's another case of being able to add a little bit more there. Why? Because that paint has set. None of this is dry. However, by tomorrow night, this pretty much should all be dry. Oh, actually, Retro Roadshow. Oh, I wish it was somebody on Cults 3D. They actually had a Sherman tank. What's the big? Oh god! And I actually scratch built two of those. The big Orc vehicle that usually has the plow or the ram on the front of it. Of course, I'm spacing on not a death wagon. What the is it? Doom wagon? I forget what the heck it's called. So Wassercat, it depends what kind of a green you're looking for. Now that's phthalo green pre-glaze right there, so you can see how much of a bluish green that is. Battle wagon. Thanks, Retro Roadshow. There's a battle wagon that it's basically like a Sherman Firefly, but it's a battle wagon. It has the roller on the front. It has all kinds of stuff, weird things hanging off the side. And actually, I'm gonna try and get that one. It's only like a $5 file. Now, of course, who knows? It may not have the resolution, and you probably have to do your own supports on it. But then these days, ironically enough, I end up doing my own supports all the time. That Perline Black Wassercat, that is, well, this is more the green that you're going to get out of a pre-glaze of that. Now, of course, you could mix the two together, and it'll be almost like a Dark Angels green. Almost like a Dark Angels green. And, of course, let me see if we've got something. This was sort of a combination of Perline Black, mostly Perline Black with a tiny little bit of phthalo green in it. But yeah, that's mostly Perline Black right there. And of course, yes, that's a Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Yep, terrible as the sea. I got the ring now. Good news is you're all going to love me. Bad news is you'll probably despair, like a lot. But hey, I got me a nifty new dress. So that was also painted on stream. And again, that was mostly Perline Black for the pre-glaze there. So Retro Roadshow, I haven't actually, oh gosh, what do they call them? Toon tanks, right? I haven't actually painted any of those yet. I think someone sent me a T-34. I don't remember if it was a T-34-85 or just a regular T-34-76. Oh, speaking of T-34-85, also painted in oils. Oh, there you go. Yep. Painted this on the stream. He's like, okay, what's going on back there? I smell vodka and burning. It's like, dude, man, nothing's going on here. I'm standing on a frozen fuel tank. Please get him off of this tank. So yeah, this was all painted with the oils on stream. Even the object source lighting, that was our homemade fluorescent oil. Glad that was good for. Oh, hey, Painter Leggett. Oh, geez, Painter Leggett, I was just about to ask you, have you been having fun at Adepticon? Well, I hope you guys have a nice chill drive there. Nice safe drive. So again, adding some of that green to reflect the blue there. So thank you so much, Painter Leggett. And Painter Leggett, if you want to share some links there in the chat. And everybody, please give Painter Leggett a follow. And while you're at it, also Blades. Actually, Painter Leggett, if you want to shout out Blades, that'd be cool. Also, everybody should please give Adepticon Wife a follow. Arid, if you want to post your Pinstagram links again. As you notice, we have a couple of more folks watching, so maybe you should do that there. If everyone can please check out the link from Magical Hack. Is that an Insta link? Yes. And then, of course, the Pinterest link from Adepticon Wife. Some really fantastic jewelry there. Please give Painter Leggett, Adepticon Wife, and Magical Hack a follow if you can. Also, right there, see Blades 81. Blades is a new streamer. We want to share the love with all of our fellow streamers. So please give Blades also a follow. And of course, Painter Leggett, say hi to Blades for me. Sorry that we won't be able to be there to hang out with you guys. I basically have been starting to tell people, look, I'm not doing any more classes there because should we be able to get back there next year, I just want to be able to hang out with people and not be spending the entire weekend locked in a room. So again, everybody please give those folks a follow if you could. Now again, we're doing some more of that green. Look at, we have almost like an orangey red. Then we have that brownish color there, all the way down to green. Why? Because it's reflecting this blue. Very, very key. I might throw just a little more of that right here. And see how that paint sticks there? If I had done that an hour ago, especially 2 hours ago, no way. Now, yeah, paint really get. Are you gonna have to be coming through Indiana into Illinois, or I guess are you coming down through like Upper Peninsula, Michigan? Because I just wanted to let you know that once you get to that part where Indiana and Illinois intersect there, yeah, that could be, depending on what time you hit that, that could be a little bit of a delay. So again, everybody please check out the links there by Painterly Get, and then also give Painterly Get a follow. Here again, that color that I just put there, if that had been done a few hours ago, no dice. You have to be patient with the oils. We're going to do the same over here. Some greenish reflection of this blue. That's shiny gold. How in the world does it not reflect all this blue that's around it? Also, it's in shadow. That would also gray things down. So again, the greenish tone to again try and reflect the surroundings. And it's like that with any kind of a metal. Here, we got this right here. So that's shiny gold. Notice all the red of his cape reflected on that shiny gold. Same thing over here. The red from that saddle reflected on the gold chainmail. Why? Because it's shiny. Yeah, you don't need those non-metallic metal paint sets or whatever, unless you just happen to have bought the set that's designed for the guy who's wearing a red tunic, walking on a grassy field in a blue sunny day. Then you've got the right non-metallic metal set. So everybody please check out RC Maniac's bust there. And of course, again, let's be sure to give a follow to our Raiders Sharp Balloons. Again, if you're not already following Sharp Balloons, you probably are, if you are awake at this time. So if you're going through Michigan down through Indiana, that little slice of Indiana there, just definitely be aware that certain times a day are going to be a little bit heavier traffic-wise. And I mean, like, you could be on there for a couple of hours. So just so you know, maybe don't be hungry when you hit that part, and also don't need a you don't want to need a pit stop when you hit that part either, unless you have a Mountain Dew bottle handy in the vehicle. That could be somewhat unfortunate. Just a little bit of our blue there, a little bit lighter blue. This is that radiant blue. That's one of those Gamlin colors that is effectively we use as sort of a substitute for things like, well, say cadmium yellow. The radiant green is absolutely fantastic. Actually, we use it all the time for non-metallic. Whether it's gold, whether it's more like a chrome, yeah, even here we use that. Again, you can see that, well, here we reflected a whole skyline there. So what I just did here is the same thing that's going on here. The sun hits that and then bounces onto that piece of armor here. Same thing, right? All of this stuff is reflecting. That yellow has to be reflected on the helmet. I mean, it's right next to it. How would it not? So unfortunately, RC Maniac, almost the last year or so, my wife had a very unfortunate diagnosis, and we've been fighting that, well, basically, literally since April of last year, unfortunately. And as that's going along, it's needless to say, it has cut my streaming time in about half. It's wiped out my commissions completely. Actually, the last commission thing I did was April of 2022. So people have been kind enough to donate to this to sort of make up for all of the lost income just from the time alone. So we appreciate everybody that's helped out with this. Everybody that's helped out with the Amazon wish lists. Those have really helped a lot. Because essentially it just, all of a sudden, there's things that we need. Actually, just yesterday, somebody sent something from Kathy's Amazon wish list. And we actually, we cooked that up and ate it the next day. It was always a curry sauce type thing. And with when you're going through this kind of a thing, your tastes will change sometimes by the hour, because you're literally your mouth changes. It changes there's cells that die quicker, and some of those are the ones in your mouth, and that will change significantly what you can and cannot eat. So we appreciate all the folks that have been very kind and generous. And then, of course, Arid has definitely, and Painterly Git have put stuff in these funds, so we appreciate that so much. Some of those 3D files, like the Make It Epic stuff, when people donate to this, it makes it possible for me to get more of those files, try more interesting things with basing tutorials. So again, we appreciate that so much. Now this right here, we have a whole bunch of weird rough shapes. I'm going to try and do this. So I put this here. How's about we grab a blending brush right here. So Terpy, I don't have a link now. If you go to my my homepage, unfortunately my moderator, he is asleep right now because he's at a convention here. So instead of it being midnight or 12:30, it's 3:31 in the morning and he's asleep. But if you go to the, well, there you go. Oh, thanks, RC Maniac. Thank you so much. Thanks, RC. Oh, and that it is now complete. It is complete. So thank you so much, RC Maniac. Actually, RC, if you could do me a favor and post the link for Terpy right there, that is much appreciated. So thank you so much, RC. And I think your name should be on the little scroll. It should be coming up right at the start of that. So you can see all the other folks that, and there's Arid's name right there. So RC should be showing up as that scroll comes around. Again, there we go. Thank you so much, RC Maniac. Appreciate that. And of course, Kathy, she also streams. Sadly, she hasn't streamed since, I want to say March of last year. Yeah, it's been almost a full year. Thanks. So RC Maniac just posted the link. Thanks, RC. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And again, RC, I think oh yeah, you did post your work there. Some of your photomints. Oh, you're a Gandalf. Yeah, so that's it's weird because that's just the normal thing. So any of these things that you create, no matter what it's for, it's essentially that same thing. I didn't realize that. I thought it'd be a special, different thing, but nope, it's the same thing. So yeah, Kathy was actually streaming on the, oh gosh, the Gen Con channel, doing some special streams there. Unfortunately, that got cut short by what's happening here. Oh, thanks, Terpy. Appreciate that. Oh, and there's a Space Toys work. So everybody, please check out Space Toys work, and of course, give Space Toy a follow if you can. Yeah, and RC, again, if you want to post any work that you have done there in the chat, work in progress, finished things, go right on. Especially if they're done. Especially if they're done with the oils. It's always great for people to see stuff done with the oils. Just like Space Toy posted. It does help give folks kind of an idea of what's possible. And obviously, we would be at Adepticon right now. We are actually, if you're familiar with Fort Wappel, that is the hobby area. That's, well, it's named for us because that's our thing. That's what we're usually running while we're there. And obviously, sadly, we can't be there. We're hoping that maybe we're getting to the end of the worst. We're maybe starting to see that, but unfortunately, there's been lots of surprises along the way. This was one of them. Yeah, that was the January surprise. Just when we thought, okay, maybe we have this somewhat under control, that was the January surprise. Then we dealt with that, and we thought, okay, that was another surprise. We're done with surprises. Nope. There were more surprises in February and March that were not fun. Allergic reactions to things that we didn't know would start to happen at a certain point. So yes, lots of hard lessons learned. We could pretty much write a 500-page book on all the things. It's kind of like my, my 5-hour video rant about all the things I wish I had known about 3D printing before I started. Which, if for those that remember, that was initially just going to be like a little 15-minute video. Yeah, which now again is an hours-long rant of all the things I wish I knew. And of course, I continue to learn that when I'm using the gray simple from Soraya, I need to cure this longer than the smoky black. Why? Because the smoky black is mostly transparent. With the gray, I basically have to cure one side, flip it over, and cure the other, like I'm cooking a burger or something. Oh, geez, Turpy. Thanks, Turpy. I appreciate that. Makes this even greener. We really appreciate that support. Because, let's see, my streaming time is down about 50% of what it usually was, say, before all this kind of took hold. So thank you so much, Turpy. I appreciate that. That is going to be very, very, very helpful.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much, Slurpee. I appreciate that. Actually, we should do this. We'll do this. This is Schmandorf, the much older and much larger and tougher older brother of Gandalf. So that's Schmandorf right there. Why is he important? Look at this. When I did this tutorial video, I think about 70% of it was painted like this. So you see the palette is still in color. So the palette was in color. I told him what colors I was using, but we painted it like this. Because the whole idea was to show that while there is some lighting there, now take a look at some of these areas. His hat, his cloak. I mean, here it's practically invisible. Here again, okay, there's a little bit more light. Watch what happens when we bring back the color. Look at this. Intense blue, very saturated. Warm color, desaturated. So that's why we thought we'd bring up Schmandorf there. Oh, geez, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, geez, Arid. This is why Arid's name was already on there, but Arid's going to say, oh, fine, leave me out. No, thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate that. Well, Turpy, hopefully it's made painting easier, more fun, more satisfying, something like that, or all of the above. I really hope that it has. Let's see. Oh, Maker Deck. Do some 3D printing. Oh, and 3D modeling. Actually, RC, if you have any instas or you're sculpting or something like that. Actually, you don't stream any sculpting, do you? 3D modeling? Because if you do, let folks know. Let's see. So thank you so much, Turpy. Thank you so much. Also, too, and well, speaking of 3D stuff, right? These type of things that also helps to, well, that's why we can do Artisan Guild and Archvillain and those other ones and Lost Kingdoms, which are so helpful for tutorials. RC, that is something, well, actually, that was one of the things I was hoping to learn before all this stuff hit, was to at least be able to go into, say, Mesh Mixer or Blender and do some kind of crude sculpting, maybe basing bits, that kind of thing. Well, Arid, thank you so much. And of course, we are hoping that your project finally comes to completion. But it's like you need an assist. You need the cooperation of some other folks here. Oh my goodness. Oh, and also too, this goes to food because I was talking about taste change and that sort of thing. Your mouth literally changes. I mean, I hate to say it, but I throw away at least 40% of the food that we get because she will suddenly find out I can't eat this. She literally cannot eat something, and it's kind of an emotional thing because sometimes it's her favorite thing and all of a sudden she can't eat it anymore. And again, it is random and it changes. So that is another thing that we use this for, is to also, well, sometimes resupply the food because sadly it only lasts so long, and sometimes it just has to unfortunately head off to the disposal. Oh boy, so Arid, I just, while we're hoping that you get the nice studio area, we 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 don't want you a house made of duct tape, which seems like the last several, and then of course the hoarding house. Arid, you're going to be able to do your own TV show on these houses. Actually, Arid, you're going to have to live stream your search, and and just let folks know. So here's some of my options, which are not great. So you have a good one there, Arid. Now this, see here, some of these little highlights, they got a little bit thick. How's about we cut some of those off? Yes, we'll cut some of those off like that. This also got a little bit thicker than we wanted, but I also don't want it to be too much darker. Ooh, that's just about there. So here we're going to tighten up this line a little bit, like so. So see you later there, Arid. Again, hopefully we will start streaming earlier tomorrow. Normals, if again, there was a normal schedule. Thursday is still the late night stream, but Friday, Saturday, and Monday are typically starting somewhere in the 7 to 8 o'clock Central Time. Obviously, all the shenanigans here have wreaked havoc with that schedule. Because the other thing you learn is you can be okay in the afternoon, and by nighttime or the middle of the night, find yourself, as the Aussies might say, in a bit of strife. So you never quite know what's going to happen. It is a, well, it's certainly like rolling on the random adventure table every couple of hours. These guys, oh gosh, they need some more light on them. Not too much though, because they're in a shadow area. I think that's about it for what we can do on the lights there. Now this, let's compare it to some of my other ones here, like this guy. Now that's pointed more towards the shadows there. I think we're all good. These things need a little more light, perhaps. So Fusion 360. I haven't heard of that one, RC. Now, is that, what would we say, as far as the learning curve on that, the intuitiveness? I know some people say, well, those other ones, the ZBrushes of the world are not maybe as easy to pick up as, say, something like a Blender or Mixer, but then doing more advanced stuff is easier in, say, something like a ZBrush than it is maybe in something like Blender or Mixer. Now here, oh boy, we have a whole bunch of reflected light we got to get there. Let's use this. Also, too, this is practically a dry brush. This is what I mean about the oils and the acrylics being very different. That was practically a dry brush, but because this is all wet, this is mixing with what's already there. So as opposed to acrylics where you probably put a bunch of water in the paint, right, and you'd have to do a bunch of layers there, all I did was dry brush one layer on there and it mixed with what's there, and look at that, we got that reflected light that's missing. We will do a similar thing over there, shall we? Like that. Here too. Ah, this is another area that needs some. Again, all it is just, for all intents and purposes, just a dry brush. They didn't put any extra thinner on the brush here. Just a dry brush. And because the previous layers of paint are still wet, you can see that darker paint on the end of the brush. It's the darker paint that used to be there. Again, so Terpy, Arid, RC, thanks again for helping us out there. That is very, very huge, believe me. That's, ooh, I knew I was missing something over here. We need a lighter edge on this part. Right there. Now that we've done that, we also somehow have to get a light point here. Now I'm going to use the Radiant Magenta and some of the Brilliant Yellow Pale here. This does have a bit of thinner in it. Let's see if we can make this work. Right there. One more time. That's it. Good enough. Boy, RC Maniac. I know I have a couple of friends. Well, that's actually what they do. Is they do CAD, and they've been doing that their entire career. I have a friend up in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee. He's done CAD design since the 90s. My goodness. There's an Arathu. Look at that. There's a wild Arathu in the chat. So Arathu, great to see you again. Great to see it. We're another Smurf Marine. It's actually the last of the ones that are already prepped. So he's going to join all our other guys here. I think this was our last one. Here was the one before that. So yeah, we're quite the horde of Smurfs here, aren't we? We got a reflected light there. There, not so much. This. Right here, I'm going to try and get a little light on the, I think that's some rope there. Not too much, because it's in shadow. Thank you so much, Arathu. It's, this is sort of a particularly surreal kind of time, because normally we would be at Adepticon. And it was, I knew a long time ago that was going to be a nada, but it's another thing when you see all the people posting stuff. They're on their way there, or they're there, and they're doing this, that, or the other thing, and it's just kind of weird because you're not there, but then people are posting stuff, so you're semi-aware of what's actually happening there. It's very, very freaky, that's for sure. And for all the folks like Paint Your League It that are just now heading down there, wish you safe travels, easy drive down, easy flight down, or train travel, because some people did take the train there. That's a little different prospect here in the U.S. than it is overseas, that's for sure. Light rail in a city is one thing. City-to-city rail travel in the U.S., that's a whole nother animal. More like a unicorn. You know what this needs? Remember we were talking a long time ago about that sort of blind blending that we can do with the oils, where I just chuck that down in there, just a little line. I'm going to use this as a tiny blending brush here. Tiny blending brush. And now, instead of me trying to struggle painting a bunch of layers of stuff here, it was one layer, and then blend it with what's there. Yeah, or see, it's the darndest thing. Because again, we had been trying to prepare ourselves for that. Like, okay, well, we ain't gonna be there. But even then, there's a couple of folks that have, they've run into some issues that we could have helped them with. Because, well, that's That's why we're supposed to be there at Fort Wappel, because we could have helped him with some of those things. And actually, that's what I was hoping to be doing. Normally, is a bunch of demos at Fort Wappel. Especially now that Armored Wolf found that really nifty microphone thing, which I can basically drown out everybody else in Fort Wappel if I want to. I love that thing. Yeah, Aretha, and we've gotten a bunch of messages too. I mean, obviously people wishing us well and stuff, and they're just like, it's really weird. They keep kind of waiting for us to show up. So thanks, Arethu. And Arethu, again, I hope that you've been able to kind of refresh just a little bit. Hopefully so. Again, that's just a little bit of rust effect there. Same rust that that's Terra Rosa, same color that we use all the time for our rust effects, but also skin tones. Yeah. So yeah, well, I think you heard the story of how I would be trying to do demos for people in Fort Wappel. They were right next to me, and by right next to me, they mean practically sitting in my lap, and they couldn't hear me at all. So Armored Wolf is, and my voice is usually gone by Wednesday night because of it. So Armored Wolf, I told him about that Mr. Microphone from back literally in the 1970s. And he said, man, there's got to be some kind of a wireless thing these days. And sure enough, he found one. And oh my gosh, is it powerful. Holy smokes, I can literally drown out everybody else in that area. If there's 100 people, all you're going to hear is me. So that was really cool. It was my favorite toy of last year. It was really weird to see other folks with no voice left by the end of the convention. And here's me talking like normal. So Aratha, you know how I've sounded with the coughing and the voice after us both catching the nasty thing? That's what I sound like after every Adepticon except for last year. Let me see if I can tighten up this edge. Yeah, see the like a little out of hand there? No problem. See that? This is sort of true with the acrylics too, even, as the darker colors, you can typically get a nice thin line with those. Whereas the opaque stuff, not so much. Now here, it's a little bit of our ultramarine blue. Now I'm going to grab something else here, again, to use as a blending brush. Maybe this side. So that's just a hard line that we put there. I'm just going to go tap, tap, tap. And it's sort of faded and softened the edges. So this brush right here, there's been oil paint sitting on that thing for probably 2 hours. And I haven't even bothered to clean it because that's not drying on there. The acrylics, and I'd be lucky to get this from the palette to the miniature before that dried. Well, Arathu, did you hear at the worst of it the Treebeard impersonations that I was doing? Which really freaked people out because it sounded like Treebeard, but with no voice modulator or anything like that. It just sounded like Treebeard. People were really freaked out by that. People said that what I should do is anytime I have a cold like that, I should be a temporary voice actor because my voice changes so much. They said, well, you should actually cash in on this. If you're going to get a cold, make some money on it. So yeah, catch a cold, call up all the agencies and say, okay, I'm ready to do some voice acting. If you don't believe me, just catch some of the old streams, right, Bithron? Wasn't there at least 2 of them that sounded like that? I almost forgot. Throw a little bit of that same sort of orangey red in there. We're going to do the same on this side, because all that's down in there is some of that Van Dyke Brown pre-glaze. So that even surprised me, that I could actually virtually sound just like Treebeard with no effort. this needs, speaking of reflected light, a little touch right here. Now what I'm going to do is get the paint off the brush just with a paper towel, and I'll use this as a blending brush here. So we see we got nothing but a line there. I will take that darker, get a little bit of a tap, tap, tap. See how that line just gets softer? So it goes from that dark to that little bit of light right there instead of a bunch of layers, just one. So yeah, the Adepticon streams from last year, it took a good, no, not last year wasn't so bad, but the year before that, it was almost May before I sounded actually normal again. Now here's another one. We need to modify this up here. So I'm going to take the lighter color that's right here, and I'm basically going to drag that up here. So now instead of a weird hard line that just ended there, now it's a soft line. And again, I did not have to work really hard at it at all, right? Oh, gee whiz. Oh, my goodness. The RC, but now I'm starting to think if he could have recorded a phone, like the phone message that you have reached whatever. Boy, he should have taken advantage of that to make some really scary voicemail recordings there. That's what I should have done. I actually could have recorded in Treebeard's voice and said, "Don't be hasty, little hobbits." Yeah, I should have recorded me one of those. This right up here, right along this top edge. It's a typical. There we go. Look at that. See? That edge looks sharper and it looks that much more like metal. All of this green that's right here, I did not have to paint that in there. I painted the yellow over the blue, which was our pre-glaze. And again, can check out the beginnings of any of these. 4 hours, 21 minutes ago when we first started, we put that darker color on. We basically wiped most of it away with this. Then we put, and it was right here where the yellow is. We painted the yellow over the top. The green came about, yellow and blue mixing together. So that's another way that the oils give you that time savings, because you don't have to physically go in there and actually paint that green. That happened organically, all by itself. Didn't have to do it. Now actually, Rathu, with the weekend upon us here, was there anything you were going to do entertainment-wise? Traveling anywhere, hanging out somewhere, or maybe sampling a few establishments that serve beverages? Boy, RC, that would sure do it. Ooh, some of that perline black. That's that dark green we were talking about. Actually, boy, RC, you could record all kinds of stuff, right? If you're on the phone with some kind of customer service or something like that, boy, you could really could put some fear of God into them with just the right recording. This is gonna need some light in here. Remember that sort of dry brushy thing we did before? Make sure you can see it. Looks like you can. All right. Just going to stick that brush down in there. And then the color that's already there, which is just the original pre-glaze. There we go. That's all I needed, just a little touch of light there. See that? What does it do? It makes this darker because we have a light next to it. All of this stuff. What makes that? I can't make that any lighter. That little highlight across the top there can't be any lighter than that. By making this darker, same thing here with our blues, right? This the icons on either side here. We let that white mix with the blue, just like we let the yellow mix with the blue. Very, very key. that sounds good, Arathu. That sounds very good. So it's a chilled party. That's it. I mean, some of the beverages will be chilled, some maybe not. Either way, now that's just too much light there. We're gonna darken that down some more. Maybe this too. We need some light over here. I'm actually gonna grab the radiant violet. Sorry about that. Radiant violet. So yeah, RC Maniac, I'm thinking, you're gonna be on the phone with a car dealer or a repair shop or something like that. You could pre-record some responses there, and of course, with all the digital technology now, you could just you could have a whole sound effects board. You'd have an entire sound effects board and just start collecting money from various businesses around the neighborhood. That's a really nice shop you got there. It's be a shame if something were to happen to it. Now let's add some more lights to the edges of these. Right there on that edge. Same over here. Back to our light over here. Because these little rivets there need to be lighter. And then also this edge. Gotta do something with that edge. And I want to do the whole thing. I'm going to focus just there. Why? Because that's the part that's closest to us. So yeah, RC, I'm just thinking, right, you're on the phone. You wouldn't even have to, well, you could do it on your phone. What am I talking about? I'm thinking about Mr. Microphone from the 1970s, forgetting that we have more modern technology. Ooh, that needs to be light too, right over there. I'm going to hit the edge of this just to sharpen this up right here. So there, and then this edge too. There we are. What about this area too, I think? Oh yeah, that makes more sense. I'm not sure I did that on the other one. Ooh, and that's just our... Wow, we'd have to go back to that, and... There we go. The same thing we did with these little lines right here. We had to do that up there on that piece. Extend this out. Little light over here. Same on this side. Almost need to think about a little reflection here and here. Again, light bouncing around. Yes, we obsess about that quite a bit. Quite a bit, but it really is key. Now here, this line is a little bit wonky. I'm going to take this is my ultramarine blue here. Come back, straighten out that line. Might be a little too much overlay. There we go. Okay, I just needed a tiny little bit of dark there. What's happening right here? Yeah, let's do this. I think we lost some of that when we were working on the other area. Now this, that doesn't quite have, it's just basically one blob of, this too, one blob of value. We need to change that slightly somehow. And I think we're gonna do, so it's kind of like these flat plates here where we have some different little shapes on them there. Let's pop this right here. Yes, indeed, Impact in caps. It's traditional artist oil paint, quite literally out of the tubes. In fact, right just there I was using this. Now we have, I also have this in Winsor Newton. obviously the Williamsburg stuff, it is a snazzier paint. It will cost you more. In some ways you use less of this because the pigmentation is just so powerful, so intense. Yeah, actually, Impact and Caps, everything that you see on stream here has all been painted in oils. And where's our, again, this was the last stream here. So typically on Mondays I try to paint Armada stuff, and this was our last stream on Monday, so you can see scale-wise here. Now we had fun with the waves and the water, and of course here's a couple of other ones. You can see some fun little colors on these guys. Our little turtle here. Now see all those greens down in there? That's that perline black. A lot of those reflected greens. See even our golds there. See all that green turquoise reflected on the gold? That's all the water here. The oils made that so much easier to be able to do that with, again, the oil paints as opposed to, say, the acrylics. So yeah, Impact and Cap. The other fun thing is that because the oils are so durable, especially if you're going to use your miniatures for any kind of gaming or whatever, you basically almost don't need to put any kind of varnish on them or sealer or anything like that. They're going to do just fine without it. So you see here we kind of strengthen that a little bit. Makes it look like it's more in shadow. Here I think we're pretty good. I might just darken that down a little more. Again, making that darker makes this, I'm going to go a little stronger there on the reflected light. Nothing terribly fancy. We'll grab some of this mid-tone here. That same dry brushy thing here. As we keep doing this, more and more of that darker color that's already there is getting in on that brush. See that? See how it just blended itself? No mixing over here, right? You can see how little mixing there is. All these big areas of color, that's the pre-glaze. That's where we just took a bunch of indigo and Prussian blue, slapped it on here, and wiped it away. So the biggest things of paint weren't even mixing anything, just the pre-glaze. So that's kind of wild. Now I'm looking at this. I want to go back to, where's my filbert brushes here? Yeah, let's go back to this. I'm going to try and get a little bit of warmer gray on that base in the form of some of that radiant violet. And this is, when I'm talking about dry brush with the oils, you can see just how much paint is on that brush. There's practically none. Unlike the acrylics, again, this is going to make, look at that, big difference, right? The oils are so much easier to apply. Look at this. Same thing again. Nothing was happening, right, until we got it here where there's some other existing wet paint for it to mix with. By the way, that is some cork with a Make It Epic basing bit. Some of the other ones, like this, more Make It Epic basing bits. This is a texture roller. Green Stuff World has a bunch of these. And I use Sculpey clay. We roll them out, and it's going to be a little something like this right here. So this is the dwarf texture roller that we've used on all of our Moria stuff. Alright, let me see if I can snag that cave drake that we just did. Looks like I can reach him here. So that same texture roller that you just saw, this is one of our latest streams. Actually, we did a basing video for this on the Patreon page. And look at it, seeing that same texture right there. This is a 3D printed cave drake from Kurzlik Miniatures, and then all these his little dead dwarven buddies right here. Look at that, all his little playmates. Those are also from Kurzlik. This is the March release from Kurzlik. So it's that is right now. Well, for the next 7 days. Boy, Denethor, I tell you, I know I've said it many, many times. I wish that I had thought of using these on miniatures 20 years ago. But I suppose it worked out just fine. I mean, in the end, it's it's fine because we have the acrylics, we have the oils, we can teach people both of those things. And like I said, I just did a couple of painting videos in acrylics. This was a diorama. It was a 3-part video. We built the diorama in one episode. Then we painted the base, did all the foliage and water effects in another one. And then the third video, we painted the Faramir figure up on top. All 3D printed bits and figures from Make It Epic, Printing Goes Ever On, and Kurzlik. So down here, I think I needed some more dark right there. Once again, that is just our Ultra Marine Blue. And there. So you could just add a little bit of dark down there. The oils will, especially if you haven't used them, say just in a 2D art space, might be a little bit of a learning curve, but one way to make it a little bit easier is to do something like this, a value study. One dark color, one light color. Because value, and we haven't done one of our film noirs in a while, is just that. It's just value. So you can see all of a sudden this guy, just like our Space Marine. So if you don't want to have to deal with all the different colors and the translucency or the opacity, you just take a light, you take a dark, and do something like this. Why not? Also choose a simpler figure. Also, I suggest doing stuff like this. So you can build yourself an entire library of colors this way. Not only does it teach you, all right, is this more opaque? Is it a stronger color? Is it a bit weak? Is it more opaque? You also now have your own little color library. So when you're looking maybe, okay, what kind of a color scheme do I want to do? Break out your color charts as we do a little bit of freehand here. Something like this here. And that was this series right here. I pulled out the color charts and I said, you know what, let's grab the phthalo green, let's grab the purple madder, and let's grab the quinacridone magenta, because there were colors that I kind of forgot about. They're not ones that we use all the time. And I said, you know what, let's try these. Let's try this combination together. So I had a little bit of dark there. Also, it sharpens that edge. This one, same deal. Yes, we still have our pre-glaze there, but this makes it even sharper. I think we got our darks there pretty well. Though, alright, just like we did on the back part of the leg, I think right over here, maybe a mid-tone. Let me see if this works. Yeah. Okay. So now we have multiple levels here, which there are. There's like pad on top of pad on top of pad. This also needs to be a little bit. There we go. Need just a little bit of light there. This will get some reflected light. Now let's say you want to do something more along the grim dark kind of a thing. Well, you can do that. You wouldn't have so much of the reflections. It would just be done a little bit more like our mighty tiger of the desert here, our mighty Italian tank, or here's our BT7. So this is all done with oils, wet into wet. Terra Rosa for our rust, just like the rust we used back here. But here again, now there's some chipping on there, all done with the oils. You could paint this more like this, less of the shiny stuff, less of the reflectivity. So you're not just restricted to the shiny stuff like this with the oils. You can definitely do the grim dark. I might just do that actually for a chapter studies video. Maybe we'll do Imperial Fists in Grimdark or something like that, because people have been asking for that. We've already done Imperial Fists in the more shiny way like this. So yeah, might just do that. Now here, get more reflected light. Just gonna plop that here. Blending brush. And I'm just going to take this and we will extend that out just a bit. Again, one layer, hashtag no layers, right? No layers. I don't need to get any lighter down in there. I think I will take a Van Dyke brown here and try and make that a little smidge there. I got a little bit light there for it being somewhat in shadow from his arm. Let me get the paint off of this brush. Okay, I'm kind of taking this lighter color and I'll literally pushing the paint that way. It's like we're sculpting with paint. I mean, like we have a sculpting tool and we're pushing around. So it might as well be this, which actually I was using just last night. That's basically a sculpting brush. It's almost like we're using this to re-sculpt the miniature. Should I get any light green over here? Where's my, there it is. I mean, and this is relative. This is going to look lighter here. Believe me, it's not a light color at all. It's just because everything else around it is dark. Another area that needs, speaking of dark, right there. So see, we put that darker color there. We will grab our blending brush once again. A little bit of tap, tap, tap. And there, this is so much easier. My goodness, that's a hard to reach area. I've had to paint something like that so many times with the acrylics, and it's possible, sure, but my goodness, it took a long time. And when you're painting all those apocalypse-sized armies I was talking about, well, time is money, right? We were also talking about that. If you're doing commission stuff, you can only charge so much. And if you can't do it in the time frame that is worthwhile, that's where those time saving, every little time savings matters. That's not catching quite maybe as much light as I think it is. So I'm going to also take that again. That's my Van Dyke brown. Some of the radiant violet here. I'm just going to tone this down a wee bit here. Perhaps a bit more. Didn't really have to mix it, because again, it's going to mix here on the surface. Again, I'll get rid of that paint. Any brush can be a blending brush. Just like that. And you can see that says a little bit of light, dark, light. That's what we want to see with our metals, especially if you want them to have any sort of a shine to them. Now, of course, if we want to, here, let me sharpen up this line on our ultramarine symbol here. Freehand so much easier with the oils. Well, you can fix mistakes so much easier, or shift things around. Where's our Gamlin figure here? So this pattern was over here. I did not like it. Didn't work vertically. So I just made this one. I wiped it away. Made this one. The horse was pushed back 3 times. I could tell right. It was too close to the edge here. Just wiped it away. Mushed it over. Said nope. And I had to push it back a 3rd time. If you watch some of the previous videos or sessions, you will see there have been many times where we said, that's not quite in the right position, or that's too big, or it's too this or that, and I've just wiped it away, started again, wiped it away, started again, multiple times. I know, oh, that's right, I have one of these on the YouTube channel. Again, just James Wappel on YouTube. Now, sometimes I'll take a Twitch session and just cut it down. Obviously, sometimes there's raids, and there's also hype trains. So we sometimes cut those things out and just leave the painting part in. There we go. So that just doesn't make that darker. This becomes lighter. Why? Because we darken this area down. Now all of a sudden this area looks a little bit more like reflected light. Now it is about 4:20 in the morning here, and we do need to save our voice because we are going to be streaming again tomorrow. Well, later today. In fact, ideally, in about 13 hours or so, we would be streaming again. Yes, something like that. Now, I know Jimmy the Brush is streaming, but he was painting. Let me just double check and see if he is painting again. So those are. Well, we'll head over to Jimmy the Brush. Actually, he's talking about Signum Games miniatures, of which we have painted several. Yeah, they've been some of my favorite miniatures that we painted on the stream here. So yeah, Signum Games, who knows, maybe he's painting one of those and he's talking about that. So I'm going to keep going here until I see that maybe he's painting again. Alright, there's some darker rust effects there. We're missing a little bit of our darker rust here. When we put in the lighter Terra Rosa, that took away a little bit of our dark there. Thanks again, Bithron, for doing all of the clips. I do want to say thanks for all the follows, all the subs, all the cheers, all the bits. That really makes a huge difference. And of course, thanks to everybody. Lots of folk made significant contributions there to make that, well, not just green, but even past the green there. Thanks, Bithron. Yeah, this is the fourth one of these guys. Well, who knows? I don't know. Maybe we even prep up this one and add them to it again. Thanks again, Denethor. Thanks again, Denethor, for being here. I appreciate everybody keeping me company. It's been like being at Adepticon, right? Because I've had a chance to hang out with everybody here. What are we doing? We're talking painting. Talking painting for almost 5 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, 46 minutes. In the wee hours. As if I was at Adepticon. So I really appreciate that. It does kind of make me feel like, we're still getting to participate and be able to hang out with folks. And of course, tomorrow, that'll be great. We can do it again. Who knows? Maybe even Saturday we can do another late stream. And thanks again, Space Toy. Appreciate you being here. And everybody again, please, hey, Space Toy, if you want to pop your links in there one more time. And of course, Bithron, I don't know if you had a chance to put some of your stuff in the chat there. Maybe some, your terrain, your 15 mil stuff. I know you've really been into the 15 mil fantasy, and those have been looking great. Well, also, too, you can tell my voice is starting to give out just a bit here. So let me go back and check out Jimmy the Brush. Let's see if he is actually painting again, because he was. I promise. But again, my voice is starting to lose stability a little bit here. Actually, we'll raid over that way. Yeah, Impact and Caps. I've actually painted a bunch of 15 mil stuff, Flames of War, and even smaller than that, technically, with the Memoir 44 stuff that I painted. So again, there he is. He joins his buddies. I think this is the first one. Yeah, this is the first one that we painted in the first stream. Look at that. They look quite similar, don't they? Yes, indeed. So there, please check out Bithron's link. Check out Bithron's link there, all the fabulous 15 mil stuff that he has been doing. So I'm going to get the raid countdown started here because it takes a little while, about 20 seconds or so. So thanks again, everybody. Not sure what we will be painting on stream tomorrow. Who knows, it could be another one of these guys, but thank you so much for everything, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow.